Chapter 248. Silver Lee Grass. Duan Lingtian's gaze looked through the window of the room and landed on the old man's hand on the auction stage. In the old man's hand was a very special medicinal herb. Unlike ordinary medicinal herbs, this medicinal herb was completely silver-white in color and flickered with a faint luster. With a glance, one would know that this wasn't an ordinary medicinal herb. As expected, waves of surprised voices sounded out in the hall. "It's really the silver Lee grass. I heard that when refining medicinal pills below grade 6, as long as this silver Lee grass is put into the medicinal cauldron, it can increase the purity by 10%. This silver Lee grass is a treasure to alchemists." The old man on the auction stage lightly smiled. Guests seemed to understand the silver Lee grass very well. That's right, the silver Lee grass can indeed increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6 by at least 10%. If you're lucky, it can even increase by close to 15%. Increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6? Within the room, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. In his opinion, this was only the most common and extensive use of the silver Lee grass, and it was difficult to fully reflect the value of the silver Lee grass. If this silver Lee grass fell into his hands, it could become an invincible sharp weapon. Guests, the starting price of the silver separation grass is 100,000 silver. Now, those who are interested may bid. The old man on the auction stage slowly said, 100,000 silver. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, someone in the hall made a bid, 200,000 silver, 300,000 silver. In a short while, the price of the silver Lee grass rose steadily. "Scoundrel, you're interested in this silver Lee grass as well?" Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. She also noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the silver Lee grass. "I'm determined to get this silver Lee grass." A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he nodded. "Young master, could it be that you want to use this silver Lee grass to refine medicinal pills?" Ke looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. "Refining pills?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Ke, the purity of the medicinal pills I refine are all above 90%, so adding the silver separation grass or not doesn't make much of a difference. I want to obtain this silver separation grass not to use it to refine medicinal pills, but to use it to inscribe inscriptions." The silver separation grass was the main material for a powerful offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian could inscribe. That offensive inscription pattern was one of the most powerful inscriptions that Duan Lingtian could inscribe. It was extremely domineering. Ke nodded, and Li Fei also understood. At this time, the bidding in the hall slowed down. The current price of silver separation grass was 900,000 taels of silver. The one who bid this price was a fat man in luxurious clothes in the hall. Seeing that no one continued to bid with him, the fat man crossed his legs and a smug look appeared on his face. 1 million. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. This caused the smile on the fat man's face to completely freeze, and he cursed. "I don't want it anymore." Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. He understood that the guests in the rooms on the second floor were only starting to bid now. He wasn't in a hurry to bid. 1,100,000. A voice sounded out from another room. In the end, these two people bid the price of the silver separation grass to 1,700,000. The guest in room number 7 bid 1,700,000. "Is there anyone else who wants it?" The old man on the auction platform slowly spoke. 170,000 going once, 170,000 going twice, 2 million. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke out. He was waiting for this final opportunity to make a move. For a moment, room number 7 went silent. The hall was in an uproar. "Crazy. It's only a stalk of silver separation grass, but it's actually bid for 2 million. Yeah. Silver separation grass is at most able to increase the purity of a cauldron of grade 7 medicinal pills. 1,700,000 is already a sky-high price. We don't understand the world of the rich." Currently, most of the people in the hall felt that the bid of 2 million was a sucker. The old man on the auction platform also didn't expect that the silver separation grass could be bid for a high price of 2 million, and his face slightly flushed. The guest in room number 1 bid 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going thrice. Sold. The silver separation grass belongs to the guest in room number 1. In the end, the silver separation grass was bid for by Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. After a while, the sound of knocking came from the door. The attendant said respectfully, "Guest, the silver separation grass you bid for is here. Bring it in." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. The door of the room was opened. Duan Lingtian obtained the silver separation grass and paid 2 million silver at the same time. A stalk of grass for 2 million silver, this was inconceivable and incomprehensible in the eyes of others, but as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 2 million silver was well spent. The silver separation grass was the main material of the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was a formidable offensive inscription. Once used, martial artists below the void prying stage would die without a doubt. Even a half-step void stage martial artist wouldn't be able to escape from the blaze inscription. The overbearingness of the blaze inscription was obvious. Unfortunately, a single blaze inscription requires a complete stalk of silver separation grass as the main material. Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to use a stalk of silver separation grass to inscribe 10 or 8 blaze inscriptions, but he knew that this was only his wishful thinking. If the blaze inscription wasn't inscribed from a complete stalk of silver separation grass, its might would be greatly reduced. It was even inferior to the bone corrosion inscription. "I'm still too greedy." Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed in his heart. Being able to obtain a stalk of silver separation grass and inscribe a blaze inscription could already be considered as his fortune. "Scoundrel, what kind of inscription can be inscribed on this silver separation grass?" Li Fei noticed the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face and asked curiously. Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Even Xiong Quan's expression didn't change much, but his eyes still emitted a sense of curiosity. After following the young master for a long time, his initial shock had turned into numbness. The shock that the young master brought him was too much. Now, he wouldn't find it strange if a miracle were to happen to the young master. Blaze inscription. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, then he spoke of the might of the blaze inscription. Able to annihilate any existence below the void prying stage? Li Fei and Ke's delicate bodies trembled as they were both shocked. What a terrifying offensive inscription this was. Xiong Quan's face emitted astonishment as well. Even if he was from a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a formidable offensive inscription that could annihilate any martial artist below the void prying stage was something he'd only heard of and had never seen before. According to his knowledge, this type of inscription could only be inscribed by those heaven-defying inscription masters. He suddenly felt that even now, his understanding of the young master was still a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Being able to obtain a silver separation grass this time can be considered to be a good harvest. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction, then his gaze descended onto the auction platform in the hall. Presently, the item being auctioned on the auction platform wasn't an object, but a person, a robust man that was bound by iron chains. On the robust man's face was a strange brand. Slave. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recognized this brand. Xiong Quan's face had this brand as well. However, the brand on Xiong Quan's face was currently covered by a mask, so others were utterly unable to notice it. The robust man stood on the auction platform and his icy cold gaze swept past the auction hall, causing many people's faces to go grim. Third level of the nascent soul stage? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian vaguely recognized the robust man's cultivation. Meanwhile, the old man in the auction hall spoke out. "Everyone, this person beside me is a slave that possesses a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Everyone knows about slaves, so I won't introduce them. The starting bid is 1 million silver. 1 million silver." Duan Lingtian looked coldly at the scene before him, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Even though he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian wasn't Samsara Emperor Wu in the end, and he had his own thoughts. Now, when he saw the slave before him being auctioned off, his heart gradually went cold. In this world where the strong were respected, a human life was as cheap as grass and could be measured with money. Only by becoming a true expert would he be able to protect himself and everyone by his side. He knew that if he wanted to become a true expert, the path he had to walk was still far away. 5 million silver, 6 million silver. The price of a third-level nascent soul stage slave rose steadily. In the end, it was bought by someone at the high price of 8 million silver. Subsequently, a few more slaves were auctioned off. The strength of the slaves at the back grew stronger and stronger. The strongest was actually in existence at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was finally bought by someone at the high price of 80 million silver. Du and Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. These people spent so much money to buy these slaves. Could it be that they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them? Li Fei was slightly unable to understand. As far as she was concerned, the risk of easily spending a few million or even a few tens of millions to buy a slave that they couldn't raise was truly too great. Du and Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, the people that dared to buy these slaves generally don't lack experts by their side, so they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them. Since these people have been reduced to slaves, it also shows that they're afraid of death. For the sake of survival, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Li Fei nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. The next auction item wasn't a slave. A young woman carried a tray that was covered by a red cloth and walked up the auction platform. Whoosh, whoosh. Practically at this moment, the two little pythons under Du and Lingtian's sleeve flashed out and descended before the window. Hiss hiss tilde. Chapter 249. Needless to say, the actions of the two little pythons had shocked Du and Lingtian. Could it be that Little Black and Little White discovered something edible? Li Fei's voice abruptly sounded out, and it was filled with surprise. It should be. Du and Lingtian approved of Li Fei's words, as these two little pythons were simply two foodies. But he was slightly curious, what exactly was it that was able to make these two little fellows so excited? Hiss hiss tilde. The two little pythons seemed to be able to understand the conversation between Du and Lingtian and Li Fei, and they turned around and fiercely flicked out their tongues, as if they were announcing their dissatisfaction. Young master, big sister Fei, don't talk about Little Black and Little White, look, they're both angry. Kerr lightly stroked the little heads of the two little pythons, and the two little fellows meekly rubbed against Kerr before turning around and continuing to stare fixedly at the plate that was covered by the red cloth. Du and Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his gaze returned to the auction platform. Right at this moment, the old man on the auction platform lifted up the red cloth on the plate. One could vaguely see that a ferocious beast with a dispirited aura was locked up within a specially made small cage. This ferocious beast was a little mouse, and unlike ordinary mice that caused others to feel loathing, this mouse's entire body was covered in golden fur and fluffy fur, and it was extremely similar to the plush toys on Earth in his previous life. Presently, the little mouse was lying there drowsily. It's been drugged. Du and Lingtian frowned, as he noticed with a single glance that this little golden mouse had been drugged with something similar to the origin restriction GU. The origin restriction GU was the poison that Xiong Quan was drugged with earlier, and it was capable of suppressing origin energy. So cute. The beautiful eyes of Li Fei and Kerr lit up when they saw this little golden mouse, and traces of maternal radiance were suffused within them. Hiss hiss tilde. After the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse, they became abnormally excited. If it wasn't for Du and Lingtian watching from the side, it was very likely that they would have directly smashed the window and charged down. Little Black, Little White. You aren't thinking of eating it, right? Du and Lingtian looked at the two little guys with a strange look in his eyes. Little Black, Little White, you have to be obedient. You can't eat it. Li Fei and Kerr also hurriedly looked at the two little guys and said in unison. Immediately, the two little fellows drooped their heads, and their eyes flashed. They were obviously unhappy. Do you really plan to eat it? Du and Lingtian was a little speechless. Didn't they say snakes and mice are in the same nest? However, if the poison in its body is removed, even if the two of you want to eat it, I'm afraid it will be impossible. Du and Lingtian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse once more. He was able to discern that the strength of this little gold mouse at its prime was probably not the slightest bit inferior to the two little pythons, or even stronger. Young master, you said that little gold mouse is stronger than little black and little white. Kerr couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She knew the strength of the two little pythons. That cute little gold mouse that seemed to be harmless was stronger than them. Li Fei was stunned as well, and she had an expression of disbelief. Scoundrel, you wouldn't have seen wrongly, right? Hiss hiss tilde. The two little pythons seemed to have understood what Duan Lingtian said, and they glared at Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian kick back at them, they instantly became dispirited and drooped their heads in dejection. You two little fellows, don't be unconvinced. Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, can you buy it? Kerr looked at the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the radiance of motherly nature. Yeah, scoundrel, this little gold mouse is too cute. Li Fei spoke out in unison. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Since both of you like it, then I'll buy it. If I'm not wrong, this little gold mouse is very likely a goldfur mouse. Goldfur mouse? Kerr was fine and didn't have much of a reaction, however, Li Fei was slightly moved. Goldfur mouse? The king of fierce beasts that's said to be the strongest beneath demon beasts. The strongest rat-type fierce beast. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on its characteristics, it's more than 90% likely a goldfur mouse. As for whether it's a goldfur mouse or not, I'll have to wait until I buy it before I can observe it closely. The old man on the auction platform had already started to introduce the little gold mouse. Everyone, this auction item is one of the last 3 auction items for tonight's auction. I presume some of the guests present have discerned it. Right, this is a goldfur mouse, and it's even an infant mouse. Normally speaking, an infant goldfur mouse would at most possess a strength at the origin core stage. But this infant mouse possesses a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the hall was in an uproar and completely went into an uproar. An infant goldfur mouse, 7th level of the nascent soul stage? In this way, once this infant mouse matures, it's extremely likely that it'll transform into an existence at the half-step void stage. Not only at the half-step void stage. A goldfur mouse that possesses a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage at an infant stage can be considered to be a variant amongst goldfur mice, possessing extraordinary natural talent, even to the extent that it might transform into a demon beast. Demon beast? That's an existence at the void stage or above. Everyone was excited. Buying this infant goldfur mouse was equivalent to buying an existence that had the potential to transform into a demon beast. A demon beast was comparable to a void stage expert. Don't be happy too early. Goldfur mice are famous for being ferocious. Do all of you think you can control it? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the corner of the hall. Instantly, the clamorous sounds in the hall calmed down. Right, a king of fierce beasts like the goldfur mouse wouldn't be willing to become a vassal of humans. If one didn't possess formidable strength, then one couldn't even think of controlling this goldfur mouse. Everyone, this infant goldfur mouse has been poisoned with origin sealing liquid by us, and its strength is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Once it's bought by a customer, our Ma clan auction house will send it along with the antidote. The old man spoke once more as he slowly spoke. Young master, what's origin sealing liquid? In room number 1, Kerr had a curious expression as she asked Duan Lingtian. Origin sealing liquid is a type of poison that suppresses origin energy, but it can only suppress the origin energy of martial artists and fierce beasts below the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian explained. The origin sealing liquid could be considered to be a lower-level version of the origin forbidding GU. It was far inferior to the origin forbidding GU. If it was the origin forbidding GU, then so long as it wasn't an existence at the void initiation stage or above, practically everyone would be affected. Just like Xiong Quan, he was poisoned by the origin forbidding GU that day. Kerr came to a sudden understanding when she heard what Duan Lingtian said. I truly never imagined that this infant goldfur mouse is even stronger than Little Black and Little White. Li Fei spoke in surprise. Her words caused the two little pythons to become restless, and their small eyes were filled with indignation. You two little fellows are still unconvinced. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flick the little heads of the two little pythons, then his gaze once again descended onto the infant goldfur mouse, and his brows slightly frowned. Logically speaking, an infant goldfur mouse is at most at the 9th level of the origin core stage before it reaches adulthood. Looks like this little gold mouse isn't so simple. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't discern that this little gold mouse was an infant. Now that he heard what the old man said, he came to a sudden understanding, and he realized that this little gold mouse was mysterious and not simple. Meanwhile, the bidding for the infant goldfur mouse had begun. 1 million gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the 2nd floor, and it directly suppressed all the bids from before. Instantly, the hall went deathly silent. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Practically no one in the hall was able to take out so much money. It's room number 7 again. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He'd used 2 million silver to suppress the bidding price of room number 7's 1,700,000 silver to obtain the silver fire grass from before 1,500,000 gold. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from another room. 2 million gold. A voice sounded out from another room. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. These people are really rich and overbearing. Finally, the bidding price of the infant goldfur mouse temporarily quieted down after the bidding price of 3 million gold was announced by the number 7 room. 3 million gold. That's 300 million silver. What the heck is in room number 7? So rich and overbearing. Only the people of the Ma clan auction house know the identities of the people in the rooms on the 2nd floor. Even if they leave through a special passageway. Perhaps they're members of the 3 great clans of Blackwind City, or perhaps they're members of those large trading companies. Even if the people in the hall were just spectators, they were still shocked by such a sky-high price. 3 million gold. To them, this was a fortune that was difficult to reach. The guest in room number 7 has bid 3 million gold. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding? On the auction stage, the old man was slightly excited as well. 3 million gold going once. 3 million gold going twice. 3,010,000 gold. Under the expectant gazes of Li Fei and Ke, Duan Lingtian unhurriedly increased the price. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing the entire hall to become silent. After a short moment, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone else is adding hundreds of thousands. Isn't the guest in room number 1 too stingy? Exactly, it's actually only adding 10,000 gold. Many people started discussing. When Duan Lingtian heard these discussions, he was disdainful. 10,000 gold? Easy for you to say. That was gold, not silver. 10,000 gold was equivalent to 1 million silver, equivalent to a Fergana horse. This was still considered little. The loud and clear voice from the 7th room once again sounded out. 3,500,000 taels of gold. The group of people in the hall immediately sighed in admiration. This is what you call domineering, directly adding 490,000 gold. Exactly, compared to the guest in room number 7, the guest in room 1 is too stingy. I wonder if the guest in room 1 will continue to bid. Chapter 250. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian once again announced the bidding price. Silence. The hall was deathly silent. No one had expected that not only did the guest in room 1 follow up, he even added another 10,000 gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from room 7, and it contained slight anger mixed within. 3,800,000 gold. 3,801,000 taels of gold. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. This time, the people in the hall were once again speechless. However, room 7 went silent and didn't continue to increase the price. Obviously, 3,800,000 gold was the price in the heart of the person in room 7. On the auction platform, the old man raised his voice. The guest in room 1 has bid 3,810,000 gold. Are there any guests that continue to increase the price? 3,810,000 taels of gold going once. 3,810,000 taels of gold going twice. 3,810,000 taels of gold going thrice. Sold. Yeah. Within room 1, Li Fei and Ke both had excited expressions. Li Fei even boldly approached Duan Lingtian and gave Duan Lingtian a kiss. Although Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, his heart was dripping blood. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor had bestowed him 10 million gold, and in this short period of time, he'd used up less than half of it. This less than half was almost a quarter of all the gold and silver in his possession added together. Guest. In next to no time, the attendant's voice sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, personally bring in the cage that contained the little gold mouse and the antidote. Ma Qin's gaze was complicated. He never imagined that this young man possessed such enormous wealth. That was almost 4 million gold. After Ma Qin put down the little gold mouse and antidote, Duan Lingtian withdrew 3,810,000 gold from his spatial ring and passed it to Ma Qin. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. After the door to the room was closed, Duan Lingtian opened the cage and carried out the little gold mouse. Creak creak. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a ferocious light, and it wanted to explosively attack Duan Lingtian. However, its current strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage was nothing in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian grabbed it with a flip of his hand and said with a smile, "Little fellow, behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll make them eat you." Duan Lingtian placed the little golden mouse on the table and glanced at the 2 little pythons. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 little pythons flashed out to descend by the little gold mouse's side, and their eyes stared fixedly at the little gold mouse as if they'd encountered their natural enemy, and they ceaselessly flickered their tongues. Hiss hiss tilde creak, creak tilde tilde. The little gold mouse didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing the 2 little pythons, and it stared with its jade-green eyes as it looked the 2 little pythons in the eye. Jade-green eyes. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this little gold mouse was indeed not a goldfur mouse. The eyes of a goldfur mouse were crimson red, and that was one of the characteristics of a goldfur mouse. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. Perhaps, even the people of the Ma clan auction house had misjudged. Green eyes, goldfur. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he fell into a dazed state. After a short while, he finally noticed that this little gold mouse was no different than a type of mouse that Emperor Wu knew of. That type of mouse was a demon beast. Moreover, it was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon emperor. On Cloud Continent, besides the human Emperor Wu, there was also the demon emperor of the demon beasts that stood at the peak. The strength of a demon emperor wasn't inferior to the human Emperor Wu, and it was even stronger in some aspect. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian finally confirmed that the little gold mouse before him that seemed to be similar to a goldfur mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse that possessed the natural talent to become a demon emperor. It was a formidable demon beast that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse, and he carefully sized up the glow in its eyes. In the end, he confirmed it. This little gold mouse had been born for less than 5 years, and it was around a year older than Little Black and Little White. Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. That was an existence of legend. All those years ago, even Samsara Emperor Wu had only heard of the existence of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and he'd never seen one. So long as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse didn't die prematurely on its formidable bloodline, becoming a demon emperor was only a matter of time. Now, Duan Lingtian felt that he'd really made the right choice in coming to the Ma clan auction house. This trip wasn't made in vain. Not only had he obtained a silver flamegrass, he'd even obtained a jade-eyed heavenly mouse now. Young master, don't hold it like this, it'll hurt. Ke's heart ached as she seized the little gold mouse from Duan Lingtian's hand, and she lightly stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse's azure eyes that were fiercely glaring at him had instead recovered its gentleness when it looked at Ke, and now it was even rubbing against Ke's hand and was extremely meek. So cute. Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse as well, and the little gold mouse closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Hiss hiss tilde. When they saw this scene, the eyes of the two nearby little pythons had an additional sense of jealousy. This little gold mouse wouldn't be male, right? Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flip over the lower half of the little gold mouse's body and glanced at it. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse cried out as it glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. So it's a little female mouse. Duan Lingtian smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons. Little black, little white. Be obedient in the future. I'll make more delicious food for the two of you, and your strengths will surpass it sooner or later. At that time, you can bully it to your heart's content. Hiss hiss tilde. The two little pythons rubbed against Duan Lingtian when they heard this, and they were slightly excited. Scoundrel, you've almost led little black and little white astray. Li Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Duan Lingtian when she saw this scene. Young master, is this antidote directly given to little gold to eat? Kerr looked at the antidote on the table as she asked. Little gold? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Kerr had already given the little gold mouse a name in such a short period of time. He nodded. Yes, give it directly to it. But, if I give it to it now, it won't hurt the two of you, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse with a vigilant expression. The little gold mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after all, a king amongst demon beasts. If it were to lose its temper, then it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, even someone as formidable as Xiong Quan might not be able to rescue them in time. Don't worry, young master, little gold won't attack us. Right, little gold. Kerr rubbed the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes were like water as she asked in a light voice. The little gold mouse nodded its little head like a human when it heard this, and at the same time, it glanced complacently at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be amused. In next to no time, Kerr fed the little gold mouse the antidote. After it consumed the antidote, the dispirited aura on the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and replacing it was an aura brimming with vitality, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Hiss hiss tilde. The two little pythons that were held in Duan Lingtian's hands stared at the little gold mouse, and their gold and silver eyes were filled with vigilance. Squeak squeak tilde. The little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the little pythons, and a formidable aura rose from its body. Instantly, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the little gold mouse. It seemed as if it was telling that its small body possessed formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this scene. Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan took a step forward when he heard this, and the aura of a void-prying stage expert swept out to envelop the little gold mouse and press down upon it. Squeak squeak tilde. Instantly, the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and it suddenly shriveled up as it buried its little head in Kerr's hand, and its body even shivered. Young master, how can you let Xiong Quan scare it? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly pouted, then she extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. Little gold, it's fine, exactly. Scoundrel, it's still a child. Li Fei spoke as well, and then she consoled the little gold mouse with Kerr. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly, as he knew that the motherly instinct of the two young girls had overflowed. However, as far as he was concerned, what he did earlier was necessary. At the very least, he had to let this jade-eyed heavenly mouse know who its master was, and it couldn't be presumptuous before its master. Hiss hiss tilde. When the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse being deflated, they leaped for joy, and they coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm as they danced about, and their little heads ceaselessly rubbed intimately against Duan Lingtian. Little black, little white. Fortunately, I still have the two of you. Otherwise, I would really have no status in this clan. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he looked at the two little pythons, and he had an appearance as if he could only rely on the two of them in the future. His tone faintly contained a trace of jealousy mixed within. Young master, what are you talking about? Scoundrel. Kerr and Li Fei rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this, as they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be jealous of the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was frightened by Duan Lingtian and became well behaved. Even when Duan Lingtian occasionally stretched out his finger to knock its little head, it dared be angry but didn't dare speak out. However, the little gold mouse was instead close to Ke and Li Fei from the bottom of its heart. It seemed as if it took the two girls to be its mother. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he drove this jade-eyed heavenly mouse away now, it would probably not be willing to leave. This was something he'd never thought of before. 1 million gold. Right at this moment, a wave of voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and Duan Lingtian once again looked towards the auction hall. In next to no time, he found out what was being auctioned from the sounds of discussion in the hall. It was an offensive inscription. Light Blade Inscription. Light Blade Inscription was also an inscription that was capable of annihilating a nascent soul martial artist. If it was a surprise attack, then even a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist would be able to succeed. This Light Blade Inscription was far inferior to the Bone Corrosion Inscription that Duan Lingtian refined. Chapter 251. In the end, this Light Blade Inscription was won by the person in room 7 for 1,600,000 gold. Within the hall, sounds of surprise rose and fell. The guest in room 1 actually didn't bid this time. Yeah, truly strange. The Light Blade Inscription is a good thing, although it's only a one-time use. But compared to that gold fur mouse, it's much more practical. Hearing the discussions of these people, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in secret. Light Blade Inscription? Not to mention he didn't take a fancy to such an inscription. Even if he wanted it, he could refine it himself. Moreover, the cost was at most 3 million silver, which was 30,000 gold. As far as he was concerned, the person in room 7 was simply a sucker, spending 1,600,000 gold to buy this Light Blade Inscription. I never imagined that the art of inscription had already declined to such an extent. A mere Light Blade Inscription can be sold for such a high price. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He couldn't help but think in his heart. When the time came when he was really poor to the point he couldn't afford to eat, he could take out the inscription and sell it. It would absolutely be a profitable business. In next to no time, the voice of the old man on the auction stage sounded out again, and his voice was slightly excited. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the last item of today's auction. According to the original plan of our Ma clan auction house, the Light Blade Inscription ought to be the last item of today's auction. However, this last item of today's auction was entrusted to our auction house by a guest at the last moment. As the old man finished speaking, his face slightly flushed red. This scene caused the people in the hall to be curious. What exactly was it that made the old man so excited? Old man Ma, don't keep us in suspense, quickly tell us what it is. Yeah, it's the last item of the auction, quickly finish the auction. The entire auction hall was in an uproar for a moment. Everyone was filled with interest towards the item that the Ma clan auction house placed at the end of the auction. They knew clearly in their hearts that according to the usual practice of the Ma clan auction house, the value of the last item of the auction would absolutely not be inferior to the gold fur mouse and Light Blade Inscription. Within room 1. Scoundrel, I didn't think that the Ma family auction house would put the yuan strengthening pill you put up for auction last. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, her pair of clear eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder how much the yuan strengthening pill that you refined with over 90% purity will be auctioned for. Duan Lingtian was also looking forward to it. We'll know how much we can get very soon. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man on the auction stage removed the red cloth from the plate in the young woman's hand. A pill bottle appeared in front of everyone. Medicinal pills again? Immediately, the hall was in an uproar. Could it be the Void Breaker pill? It's possible. Only the Void Cleaving pill has the value to be put in the last auction. If it's a Void Advancement pill, then its price can easily surpass the gold fur mouse from before. After all, this is a medicinal pill that allows a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly break through to the Void prying stage. For a moment, many people guessed that the pill bottle in the old man's hand contained the Void Breaker pill. As far as they were concerned, only the Void Cleaving pill had the qualifications to be the last auction item. Void Cleaving pill? Now, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but admire the imagination of the group of people in the hall. The old man raised his hand to make everyone in the hall go silent. Everyone, the pill in my hand isn't a void-cleaving pill. Not a void-cleaving pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was stunned. Not a void-cleaving pill? Then what medicinal pill is it? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old man slowly said, "The pill bottle in my hand contains an origin-strengthening pill." Origin-strengthening pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. An origin-strengthening pill again? And only one. However, this time, no one made a fuss over nothing. After all, with 10 origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity before them, they were mentally prepared. Everyone surely feels it strange that our Ma clan auction house would put an origin-strengthening pill as the last auction item. As the old man spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment to whet the appetite of the people present. This old man is rather professional in hosting auctions. In room number 1, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man through the window and shook his head with a smile. Li Fei and Ke couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. If it wasn't for them knowing what the old man would say later, perhaps they would be wetted by the old man as well. Finally, the old man spoke with a tone that contained traces of excitement. Everyone, I can guarantee all of you that the value of this origin-strengthening pill is absolutely not inferior to a void-cleaving pill. Hurry up and speak clearly. I thought you were going to speak earlier, but who knew you'd whet our appetite again? The old man's actions had obviously aroused public indignation. The old man laughed embarrassedly, then he took a deep breath and his expression became serious as he said solemnly, "Guests, everything I said earlier wasn't without reason. Not to mention being unable to find a second origin-strengthening pill in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, you might not be able to find a second one. Because the purity of this origin-strengthening pill has attained an unprecedented 91% after being verified by Lord Hu Jun." As the old man finished speaking, even he himself became excited. Bang! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Instantly, the entire hall was in an uproar. At least more than half of the people shuddered and unconsciously stood up from their seats. Origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? This. How could this be possible? Even if it's a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, it's an existence of legend. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is practically impossible to exist. If this is true, then the value of this origin-strengthening pill is indeed not something a void-cleaving pill can compare to. Of course. Although the void-cleaving pill is precious, it frequently appears in the auctions of the various auction houses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But this origin-strengthening pill, not to mention a purity of 90% or above, even a purity of 80% or above, has never appeared in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This origin-strengthening pill has extraordinary significance. After a wave of excitement, the crowd of people that stood up in the hall sat back down. Can I take a look at this origin-strengthening pill? Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, a person directly leaped out of the window and borrowed force to descend onto the auction platform. This was an old man in green clothes. The old man's gaze was brimming with expression, and his entire body stood there with an extraordinary bearing. Grade 7 Alchemist. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the Alchemist Guild badge on the old man's chest at the first possible moment. This badge precisely belonged to a Grade 7 Alchemist. Grade 7 Alchemist. In next to no time, many people recognized the old man's identity and exclaimed in low voices. The green-clothed old man looked at the old man that presided over the auction and slowly said, "I'm an alchemist that was just transferred to Blackwind City by the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In a few days, I'll complete the handover with the acting guild master of Blackwind City's Alchemist Guild and become the new guild master." As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, another uproar broke out. So it turned out that this green-clothed old man was an internal member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, he was the new guild master of Blackwind City's Alchemist Guild. After all, since 3 years ago, the guild master of Blackwind City's Alchemist Guild, a grade 7 alchemist, unexpectedly died, The position of Guild Master of Blackwind City's Alchemist Guild had always been held by a senior Grade 8 alchemist. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom finally sent someone over. So it's the Guild Master. The old man that presided over the auction respectfully bowed to the green-clothed old man, then he passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. He wasn't worried that the old man would forcefully seize this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. On the day their Ma clan auction house held an auction, there would always be 3 half-step void stage experts present. Unless it was a void prying stage expert, otherwise, don't even think of having any devious ideas here. The green-clothed old man poured out the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it. In next to no time, his body lightly trembled as he said in disbelief, It's really an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. After taking a deep breath, the green-clothed old man returned the origin-strengthening pill to the old man that presided over the auction, and he spoke with an anxious tone. Can you tell me where the person that put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction is? Guildmaster, I'm sorry. Our Ma clan auction house completely keeps the identity of every customer in the room a secret. The old man that presided over the auction shook his head. The green-clothed old man nodded, then once again flew back to the room. At the same time, his voice sounded out once more. I'm determined to obtain this origin-strengthening pill. I hope everyone can give me some face. However, no one paid attention to him. However, along with the appearance of the green-clothed old man, practically everyone present was able to confirm that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% that was about to be auctioned was real. On the auction platform, the old man continued. I presume everyone is clearly aware of what an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% represents. If an alchemist were to use this as a blueprint to conduct research, perhaps they would be able to see through the profundity of the high purity within it, and obtain extremely great benefits from it. Moreover, even if a medicinal pill like this was bought and kept, it would still be one of a kind. If it were to be offered to those great sects or even the imperial family, one would even have the opportunity to obtain unimaginable benefits. I won't waste my breath. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% has a starting price of 1 million gold. In the end, the old man spoke with a clear voice and started the bidding. Right at this instant, the entire hall was deathly silent. Even the various rooms on the second floor had gone silent, and there wasn't the slightest movement. Within the number 1 room, Li Fei was dumbstruck, and she looked at Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel, does this Ma clan auction house intentionally not want to help you sell the origin-strengthening pill? Has he gone mad? 1 million gold. It's only an origin-strengthening pill, how could someone possibly? Li Fei hadn't finished speaking when her beautiful eyes couldn't help but constrict. That was because a voice interrupted her. Chapter 252. 5 million gold. An aged voice sounded out, breaking the tranquility of the auction house's hall. Li Fei's expression froze, and her face was filled with disbelief. Kerr was stunned as well, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with burning admiration. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. He recognized that the owner of this voice was precisely the green-clothed old man from before, the grade 7 alchemist that was about to become the master of Blackwind City's Alchemist Guild. 5 million gold. This price had already completely surpassed the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The first thought in Duan Lingtian's heart was, he had earned back the money he spent on the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. His second thought was, he could be considered to have experienced the meaning of the words things are precious when they are rare. As expected, it caused a stir in the auction house's hall. That master guild master directly bid 5 million gold. Although he's a grade 7 alchemist, he shouldn't have that much money, right? Didn't you hear him speak of his identity earlier? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is of extraordinary significance to the Alchemist Guild. He surely wants to use the wealth of the Alchemist Guild to bid for this origin-strengthening pill. Everyone was shocked by the green-clothed old man's generosity. I wonder if anyone will continue to bid. Many people couldn't help but think in their hearts. Finally 6 million gold. That sonorous voice sounded out once more from room number 7. It's room number 7 again. Who the hell is the person in room number 7? This is too frightening. 6 million gold taels, and he just casually mentioned it. The voice from room number 7 once again caused a stir in the hall. 7 million gold. Right at this moment, the green-clothed old man's voice sounded out once more, and at the same time, he said with a serious voice, "Sir, I hope you can give our alchemist guild some face. For me. Let's rely on our own ability." The sonorous voice that sounded out from room number 7 didn't give the green-clothed old man face in the slightest. 8 million gold. The room the green-clothed old man was in went silent, and he didn't bid again. It seemed to have exceeded the price he had in mind. Now, the guest in box number 7 has bid 8 million taels of gold. Are there any other guests who wish to raise the price? 8 million taels of gold going once, 8 million taels of gold going twice. The old man on the auction stage said excitedly. Did the guest in room 1 give up again? It seems so. He doesn't want such a good thing. Surprised voices could be heard in the hall. 8 million taels of gold going thrice. Deal. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% became the possession of the person in room number 7. In private room number 1. Duan Lingtian laughed. An origin strengthening pill that only cost a little more than 1,000 taels of silver was actually sold for 8 million taels of gold, which was equivalent to 800 million taels of silver. Even if he deducted the silver used to buy the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and silver parting grass, he still earned over 4 million gold. Inconceivable, inconceivable. Li Fei felt like she was dreaming. Young master, they're still wondering why you didn't fight for it with the person in room number 7. Ke looked at Duan Lingtian and playfully stuck out her tongue. Fight. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. That was something he put up for auction himself. After a short moment, the attendant knocked on the door again. The manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, appeared once more, and this time, he passed Duan Lingtian 8 million taels of gold. Congratulations, guest. Ma Qin's heart was bleeding. A 10% handling fee, gone just like that. 8 million taels of gold, even if it was only a 10% handling fee, it would still be 800,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 80 million taels of silver. How do we leave? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and asked. Guest, we have a special passageway for every guest in the room. You, bring these guests out. Ma Qin looked at the attendant and instructed. Yes. The attendant hurriedly nodded, then brought Duan Lingtian's group of 4 out of the room and turned into the special passageway at the side of the room. As for Ma Qin, his eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth, seeming to have made a difficult decision. In next to no time, Ma Qin left room number 1 and walked into room number 7 in the end. Within room number 7, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat there, and behind the middle-aged man were 2 old men. When he saw Ma Qin enter, the sonorous voice of the dignified middle-aged man sounded out. Manager Ma Qin, have you thought it through? I only want that gold fur mouse. Everything else is yours. That person was able to pay almost 4 million taels of gold in one go. He's obviously someone that doesn't lack money. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth twitched when he heard this. That violet-clothed young man naturally didn't lack money. Not to mention the wealth in his possession, just that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold for 8 million taels of gold. As far as he was concerned, the wealth in the possession of that violet-clothed young man absolutely exceeded 10 million taels of gold. When the dignified middle-aged man noticed that Ma Qin was slightly hesitant, he continued. If Manager Ma Qin isn't at ease, you can follow behind us. Once we kill them, Manager Ma Qin can directly make an appearance, and you don't have to make a move and you'll be able to obtain all the wealth of that person. Manager Ma Qin, an opportunity knocks only once, and it won't come again. What we want you to pay is only their whereabouts. The dignified middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ma Qin. I hope Manager Ma Qin can quickly make a decision. Otherwise, once they leave, then everything will be too late. Needless to say, every word of the dignified middle-aged man bombarded Ma Qin's restless heart. Outside the Ma clan auction house. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked out in large strides and looked at the surroundings, and they noticed that it was a remote alley that had no one in sight. This Ma clan auction house is rather considerate. If we leave through this passageway, we'll be completely able to avoid being coveted by others. Li Fei looked at the surroundings as she evaluated. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked out in large strides. Let's first find an inn to stay at, and we'll leave Blackwind City at dawn tomorrow. However, they'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian became vigilant and stopped moving. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan, who was behind Duan Lingtian, stopped moving and turned around as well. Who are you people? Accompanying Xiong Quan's shocked shout was Duan Lingtian that turned around as well. With a single glance, he saw the 3 people that were nearby. A dignified middle-aged man in azure clothes with an extraordinary bearing. Behind him followed 2 old men. The 2 old men were both in grey clothes, and although their eyes were muddy, they gave off an oppressive aura. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian noticed the approximate cultivation of the 3 people at the first possible moment. He didn't have to think to know that the appearance of the 3 people here was surely the work of the Ma clan auction house. Ma clan auction house. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He hated people that didn't keep their word and stabbed others in the back the most. You're from the Ma clan? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 3 people before him as he asked in a low voice. Ma clan? The dignified middle-aged man in the lead spoke with a loud and clear voice. Do you think we're from the Ma clan? Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the dignified middle-aged man's voice. You're from room number 7? Exactly. The dignified middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse that lay on Ker's shoulder, then he glanced at Ker and Li Fei, and a trace of shock flashed within his eyes. Kid, your mistake today is that you shouldn't have bid for this gold fur mouse with me. Unfortunately, these 2 little beauties are going to be buried with you today. Needless to say, your luck with women is really great. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the middle-aged man had come for the little gold mouse. Gold fur mouse? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. Yet he wondered what expression this person would have if he knew the little gold mouse's true identity. Perhaps he would be wild with joy. Are you so sure that you can kill us? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified middle-aged man with a calm gaze as he asked indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something, and his brows raised as his gaze swept towards the distance. He'd noticed a figure that was concealed in the distance. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. The manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin. Now, he understood that Ma Qin had surely come to some sort of agreement with the middle-aged man before him, and they'd colluded together to betray him. Ma Qin. Killing intent arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. What? Could it be that you think the 4 of you and this gold fur mouse can go against us? The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian now was as if he was looking at a weak little child, and he utterly didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. You can try. Duan Lingtian grinned, and the smile on his face was filled with a trace of evil. The middle-aged man frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was composed as before, and he became vigilant. He and the 2 old men behind him started to look around. After noticing that no one was concealing themselves in the surroundings, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. You wouldn't be thinking that acting mysterious in front of me is of any use, right? Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. Elder Peng. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, one of the old men behind him flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a swiftly flashing cheetah as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy roiled on the old man's body. Moreover, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had even appeared in the sky above him. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing the old man that approached menacingly, and he slowly spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. Xiong Quan, I'll give you 2 breaths of time. Yes, young master. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiong Quan replied and moved. His entire body instantly vanished on the spot. Swish! An exceedingly swift sword light flashed past, and the head of the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian fell, and dazzling fresh blood gushed out from half of his body like a fountain. Chapter 253. Right at the instant the old man that was slashed into two fell to the ground, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the other grey-clothed old man constricted and their faces flushed red, as if their necks were choked by someone, and they were completely unable to catch their breath. And right at the instant their eyes were about to split apart, they only saw an extremely swift figure arrive before them in the blink of an eye. Their heartbeats seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Whoosh! Xiong Quan raised his hand and an azure sword light flashed by, and traces of an unfathomable aura were coiled around it. Advanced sword force. 2 lines of blood shot out violently from where the sword light pointed. The middle-aged man and the grey-clothed old man maintained astonished expressions as their bodies trembled before crashing onto the ground without making a sound. Their pupils stared wide open, and they died with everlasting regret. Perhaps, even in their dreams, they'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man they looked down upon would have such a terrifying existence by his side. Void. Second level of the void prying stage. Ma Qin, who was concealed in the distance, looked at the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, and his face instantly went pale. His body started shivering, and his eyes emitted panic and terror. He never imagined that 3 half-step void stage experts would all die in the blink of an eye. What he never imagined even more was that the violet-clothed young man actually had a void prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void prying stage expert. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with regret. He shouldn't have been greedy. Now, not only was the 10 million plus gold that he took to be in his bag gone, he'd even offended this violet-clothed young man that had a void prying stage expert by his side. I hope he won't pursue the matter, although this possibility was extremely slim, but Ma Qin still couldn't help but have this thought arise within his heart. Ma Qin took a deep breath and had a perturbed expression as he lightly prepared to leave. However, whoosh! Ma Qin's face went completely pale when he saw the person that appeared before him and stopped him, and his voice slightly trembled. My lord. Xiong Quan stared coldly and indifferently at Ma Qin, and didn't pay any attention to him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked out in large strides to arrive before Ma Qin, and looked calmly at Ma Qin. Manager Ma Qin, how have you been? Thump. When Ma Qin saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he had seen the devil. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. My lord, spare me. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have told them about my lord's whereabouts. My lord, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Humph. Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Ma Qin. He called out to the 2 girls and walked back in the direction of the Ma clan's auction house. Xiong Quan, bring him along. Ma clan, I want them to give me an explanation today. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ma Qin's face to turn deathly pale. If this matter alarmed the clan, his fate could be imagined. The most important thing in an auction house was credibility. But now, for his own selfish desires, he acted on his own initiative and single-handedly destroyed the reputation of the Ma family auction house. In the Ma family auction house, all the guests had already left, leaving only a few Ma family members. Backstage of the auction house, 4 old men gathered together. Old man who, when you saw that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% today, you were surely scared silly, right? A robust old man in red clothes looked at Hu Jun and laughed heartily. Is there even a need to ask? An origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. However, that young man's luck isn't bad. He was actually able to obtain an origin strengthening pill like that and earned 8 million gold. Another blue-clothed old man nodded, and an expression of envy appeared on his face. Unfortunately, we didn't collect the handling fee from that young man. That was 800,000 gold. The yellow-clothed old man sighed with a face full of regret. Humph. Short-sighted. Once that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold, the reputation of our Ma clan auction house would rise along with it. Are you still worried that we won't be able to earn back a mere 800,000 gold in the future? Hu Jun glanced at the yellow-clothed old man with disdain. Does your Ma clan auction house still have any reputation to speak of? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, causing the faces of the four old men, including Hu Jun, to go pale. Duan Lingtian walked into the backstage in large strides. It's you. Hu Jun recognized Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Old man who's he? The other three old men looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, as they were extremely dissatisfied with what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. He's the guest that auctioned off that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. Hu Jun took a deep breath as he spoke. Instantly, the three old men looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're asking me what I meant by what I said earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Jun and said indifferently, then I want to know even more what your Ma clan auction house means. Xiong Quan, bring him in. Xiong Quan walked in large strides, and in his hand was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was ghastly pale, and when he saw Hu Jun and the others, his gaze was slightly evasive, and traces of terror faintly appeared on his face. Manager Qin? Hu Jun frowned when he saw Ma Qin in Duan Lingtian's hand, then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, aren't you going a bit too far? Let him go. The red-clothed old man had a fiery temper, and he glared fiercely as he took a step forward, wanting to seize Ma Qin from Xiong Quan's hand. Above him, 150 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was in existence at the half-step void stage. Xiong Quan's gaze went cold, and with a raise of his hand, the strength of over 2,000 ancient mammoths exploded out, and his origin energy condensed into a palm print that blasted onto the red-clothed old man, blasting him flying. Bang! The red-clothed old man's body transformed into an arrow that left the bowstring and fiercely collided with the wall. Instantly, the entire wall split into pieces, and numerous hideous cracks appeared on it. Pu. The red-clothed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went ghastly pale as he looked at the over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Xiong Quan. Void. Void prying stage. It wasn't only the red-clothed old man who was astonished, the expressions of the three old men including Hu Jun went ghastly pale as well. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 3 old men besides Hu Jun, and he sized them up before slowly nodding. When they heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, the 3 old men were angered to the point their faces went livid. However, when their gazes descended onto Xiong Quan, they suppressed the flames of rage in their hearts. Endure. They could only endure. Not to mention the 3 of them, even the entire Ma clan would find it difficult to match an existence at the void prying stage. Didn't you go a bit too far when you asked me earlier? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when facing the 3 silent old men, as Xiong Quan was sufficient to deter them. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto Hu Jun as he asked indifferently. Hu Jun's expression was unsightly, but he still took a deep breath and asked, Guest, I want to know why you did this. Why did I do this? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the killing intent on his body was awe-inspiring as he looked at Ma Qin who was in Xiong Quan's hand. You can let him speak. Instantly, Hu Jun looked at Ma Qin. Manager Qin, what exactly is going on? Ma Qin's face was ghastly pale. What should he say? Could it be that he coveted the wealth in the possession of this violet-clothed young man, and joined forces with others to kill the violet-clothed young man and seize everything of the violet-clothed young man? Ma Qin. The other 3 old men were all existences at the half-step void stage, and they were supreme elders of the Ma clan. Presently, their gazes descended onto Ma Qin as well. Ma Qin took a deep breath, as he knew that he had to speak, and he hurriedly said, Supreme Elders, Lord Hu Jun, the matter is like this. In tonight's auction, the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was in room number 7, and he took a fancy to the gold fur mouse that this guest obtained. When the auction was about to end, he came looking for me and made a promise that so long as I told him the whereabouts of this guest, then after he killed this guest, he only wanted the infant gold fur mouse. All the wealth in this guest's possession would belong to me. When he spoke up to hear, Ma Qin's face revealed a bitter smile. Hu Jun and the other three old men's faces went ghastly pale when Ma Qin spoke halfway. When they heard Ma Qin finish speaking, the expressions of the four old men were exceedingly gloomy, and they glared angrily at Ma Qin. Ma Qin, as the manager of the Ma clan auction house, not only did you not lead by example, you even colluded with others to make a move against a guest. What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? Although Ma Qin didn't finish speaking of what happened after that, they were able to roughly guess that the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was probably doomed. Ma Qin hung his head dejectedly, as if he'd lost all the strength in his body. He knew that even if the violet-clothed young man didn't kill him today, even if he was able to escape death, he wouldn't be able to escape the heavy punishment of the clan. His life could be considered to be completely ruined. Ruined by the word greed. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, he wouldn't dare arouse greed even if he was beaten to death. But unfortunately, all of this was only an extravagant wish, and there was no medicine for regret in this world. Do you understand now? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the four old men, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now, do all of you still think I'm going too far? The corners of the four old men's mouths curled into bitter smiles. Hu Jun took a deep breath. Guest, this matter is the fault of our Ma clan auction house. So long as Guest is willing to turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, we're willing to compensate you. Yes. The other three old men hurriedly nodded as well. It was fine if the young man was only an ordinary young man, but the young man just happened to have a formidable void prying stage expert by his side. If they were to really infuriate the young man, then not to mention they would die without a doubt, even the Ma clan would be unable to escape calamity. Compensation? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter was extremely brilliant. If there's compensation, then everything is easy to discuss. However, I'll say this first, all of you can turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, but he must die. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Ma Qin. Chapter 254. Ma Qin, the main culprit. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for Xiong Quan by his side, he and the two little girls by his side would have died without a doubt. So, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, regardless of how the Ma clan's compensation would be, Ma Qin must die. Almost at the instant Ma Qin opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a blue-colored afterimage flashed past, swift as the wind and like a ghost. Bang! The blue-clothed old man, one of the supreme elders of the Ma clan, struck out in rage and killed Ma Qin with a single palm strike. Even if you didn't say anything, our Ma clan wouldn't allow such a black sheep to continue living. The blue-clothed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Then, let's talk about the compensation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as his gaze swept past the four old men, causing them to feel aggrieved and helpless. After all was said and done, it was indeed their Ma clan's Ma clan auction house that was in the wrong in this matter. Customer, please speak. Hu Jun took a deep breath. He'd already made the preparations to bleed heavily. 10 million gold. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly with a carefree expression, as if 10 million gold was nothing in his eyes. Hu Jun and the other three old men were dumbstruck. They'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before them would actually demand such an exorbitant price. Customer. Isn't this 10 million gold too? Hu Jun was in a bit of a dilemma. 10 million taels of gold, even to the Ma clan, was not a small sum. Once they took out so much gold, the Ma clan would surely suffer a great loss. What? You think it's too much? Duan Lingtian glanced calmly at Hu Jun. Don't forget, today's matter was caused by your Ma clan. Send 10 million gold to the Cloud Traveler in tonight. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ignored the four old men whose faces were flushed red and directly left. This time, when they left the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group left from the main entrance. Now that it was late at night, the street in front of the Ma clan's auction house was quiet, and occasionally some pedestrians could be seen walking by. The Travelers' Inn was not far ahead. When Duan Lingtian came back from the restaurant, he saw this in. The group of people moved in. And now, the main hall of the Ma family mansion was brightly lit. 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man stood together. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. That Ma Qin actually caused such a great calamity. He deserved to die. Ma Qin deserved to die. However, Patriarch, that purple-clothed young man's demand for 10 million taels of gold is too much. Are we really going to give it to him? The yellow-clothed old man's tone was low, and it seemed to be mixed with a bit of anger. Supreme Elder, if we don't give you the 10 million taels of gold, do you have a way to solve this problem? The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his expression was extremely unsightly. The yellow-clothed old man was speechless. Did he have a solution? No. He didn't think that he was able to endure the rage of the void-prying stage expert by the purple-clothed young man's side. I'll order someone to send the 10 million taels of gold over to him. However, our Ma clan's money isn't so easy to take. When I send the money over, I'll order someone to send Xia Guang's corpse to the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Blackwind City. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a strand of a fierce light that contained traces of a scheme mixed within. Patriarch is wise. Instantly, the gazes of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun, abruptly shone. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company was one of the 7 great trading companies of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and there was no lack of void-prying stage martial artists within it. Xia Guang was the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Blackwind City. Most importantly, Xia Guang's father was the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and besides that, he was even a formidable void-prying stage expert. That night, Duan Lingtian obtained his wish and received the 10 million taels of gold sent over by the Ma clan, and it caused him to be unable to help but sigh with emotion. This money came too quickly. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian cultivated as usual, 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WM Python form. Presently, Duan Lingtian had still fallen into the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, and he was only half a step away from the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. I ought to be able to break through before arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian let nature take its course, and he cultivated until deep into the night before falling into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, after eating breakfast with the 2 little girls, Duan Lingtian's group set out. The 4 Fergana horses headed straight out of Blackwind City. Not long after Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left, another 2 Fergana horses chased after them from afar. After galloping his horse and leaving Blackwind City extremely far away, Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly went cold. When he'd just left the inn earlier, he'd noticed someone spying on them from the shadows. At the beginning, he didn't pay attention to it. Now, when he noticed someone was chasing after them from afar, his face sank. Duan Lingtian, the 2 little girls, and Xiong Quan greeted each other, then the 4 of them swung the horsewhips in their hands to descend onto the bodies of the Fergana horses, causing the Fergana horses to speed up and gallop madly. Instantly, they pulled apart the distance between them and the 2 people behind them. The 2 people following behind them were 2 middle-aged men. Now, when they saw Duan Lingtian's group of 4 suddenly speed up and disappear before their eyes, a wisp of anxiousness appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly spurred their horses to gallop madly. However, they quickly noticed that after galloping for a period of time, the road ahead was open and level, and they couldn't see the figures of the people they were chasing anymore. Where are they? The 2 of them glanced at each other with bewildered expressions. As far as they were concerned, the horses they rode were all Fergana horses, and with the speed of those 4 people, it ought to be impossible for them to pull apart such a distance from them. Are all of you looking for us? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out from behind the 2 of them, causing their faces to go pale. When they turned their horses around, they saw that their 4 targets were slowly approaching them on horseback. Now, when they sensed the cold gaze of the middle-aged man among the 4 people sweeping over, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could sense how terrifying this middle-aged man was. Their bodies trembled slightly, and traces of a frightened luster appeared in their eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at the people who had come, his gaze calm. Speak, why are you following me? Seeing that the two of them seemed to be hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. If you don't speak, then you can stay here today. In an instant, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the two people's expressions changed, and they said in a panic, "Sir, I'll speak, I'll speak. We're from the Black Wind City branch of the Magnolia Guild, and it was our vice president who sent us to follow you." Magnolia Guild? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Only now did he recall that Ma Qin from the Ma clan auction house seemed to have mentioned this Magnolia Guild yesterday. That middle-aged man who coveted the jade-eyed heavenly mouse seemed to be from the Magnolia Guild. That middle-aged man and the two old men were both at the half-step void stage, and their status in the Magnolia Guild shouldn't be low. "Why did he send you to follow me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. "Sir, we don't know the exact reason, we're only following orders." The two of them shook their heads. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the two of them, and in the end, he noticed that these two people didn't seem to be lying. Thinking of the middle-aged man from last night, Duan Lingtian asked, "Do you know Xie Guang?" Xie Guang? The two of them hurriedly nodded when they heard this. "The president of our Magnolia Guild's branch in Blackwind City is Xie Guang." The president of the Magnolia Guild's branch in Blackwind City? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, as he never imagined that the middle-aged man from last night had such a great background. Looks like there ought to be a considerable amount of wealth within Xie Guang's spatial ring that he conveniently took. Right at this moment, Xiong Quan looked at the two of them and asked, "What's the relationship between this Xie Guang and your Magnolia Guild's vice president, Xie Dou?" When the two of them heard Xiong Quan, they said, "Xie Guang is precisely Lord Xie Dou's only son." Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiong Quan frowned slightly when he heard what the two of them said. F***K off. If you let me notice that you're following me again, then both of you will die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze swept past the two of them, causing them to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and their faces revealed wild joy as they spurred their horses to leave, not daring to look back. "Xiong Quan, you know that Xie Dou?" Duan Lingtian noticed that something was off with Xiong Quan, and he asked curiously, "Young master, that Xie Dou is the vice president of the Magnolia Guild's main branch. I've once had dealings with him. His strength is on par with me at my prime." Xiong Quan replied respectfully. "Sixth level of the void prying stage?" Duan Lingtian nodded. When he'd just met Xiong Quan all those years ago, he still remembered what Xiong Quan had said to him. Xiong Quan at his prime had a cultivation at the sixth level of the void prying stage. "Young master, the Magnolia Guild's people following you was probably done by the Ma clan. Should we?" Xiong Quan made a kill gesture. "A mere Ma clan is nothing. What's important now is to hurry on our journey. We have to arrive at the 7-star sword sect as soon as possible. If we're unable to make it in time for the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test 3 months from now, then we'll have to wait for another half a year." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Just as he'd said, he didn't take the Ma clan seriously at all. But if he returned now, even if he annihilated the Ma clan, it would only be a waste of time. As far as he was concerned, if he delayed entering the 7-star sword sect because of the Ma clan, then the losses outweighed the gains. "Yes." Xiong Quan nodded. To him, whatever the young master said was right. He was only a servant of the young master. The four of them continued on their journey. Squeak squeak tilde unknowingly, the little gold mouse had awoken from her deep sleep, and when she noticed she was on the Fergana horse, she was extremely happy and jumped onto the head of the Fergana horse, then nodded to Kerr in a human-like manner and was extremely happy. Hiss hiss tilde seeming to have been awakened by the little gold mouse, little black and little white, the two little pythons, stuck their heads out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and looked at the little gold mouse with their gold and silver eyes that flickered with strands of bright lights. Squeak. Chapter 255. Duan Lingtian and the two little girls couldn't help but laugh when they saw the little gold mouse's actions. Swish. Swish. The eyes of the two little pythons went cold as they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed out and opened their mouths to bite the little gold mouse. Above their heads, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared respectively. "Little black, little white, don't." Kerr cried out in shock, She wanted to stop them, yet it was already too late. Squeak squeak Tilda the little gold mouse wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it raised its claws to slap towards the two little pythons. 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. The two little pythons were slapped down successively by the little gold mouse's claws. Although the little pythons weren't a match for the little gold mouse, they didn't dare kill the little gold mouse because they'd noticed the warning gaze Du and Lingtian shot at them. Hiss hiss Tilda the two little pythons felt pain, yet they were unresigned as they stood in confrontation with the little gold mouse. Little black, little white, come back. Du and Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that these two little fellows would be so belligerent, as he hadn't even reacted earlier when they'd already fought with the little gold mouse. Swish, swish. The two little pythons returned to Du and Lingtian's hand, but their eyes still stared fixedly at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and it shook its butt towards the two little pythons in provocation. That's enough. When he noticed that the restless emotions of the two little pythons seemed to have slightly lost control, Du and Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. The little gold mouse seemed to be slightly afraid of Du and Lingtian, and it lay down obediently. All right, you two little fellows, you'll surpass it sooner or later. Both of you are even younger than it by over a year, and 1 year later, both of you will surely be stronger than it is now. Du and Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons were still unwilling to return into his sleeve, and he consoled them. Of course, he wasn't speaking without thinking. Based on his observation of the two little pythons in the past 3 years, their potential was absolutely not inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. When they grew up in the future, they might even be existences at the level of the demon emperor. The two little pythons were both mutated ferocious beasts. Even in Emperor Wu's memory, there was no record of the two little pythons. However, judging from their growth rate, they had long surpassed the growth rate of most demonic beasts. Hiss, hiss Tilda Tilda hearing Du and Lingtian's comforting words, the two little boars obediently returned to Du and Lingtian's long sleeve. This made the two girls at the side smile helplessly. The two little pythons and the little gold mouse were simply like natural mortal enemies. That Xia Guang really let me off easy this time. Du and Lingtian took out 3 storage rings. They were the storage rings of Xia Guang and the 2 old men beside him. There wasn't much in the 2 old men's storage rings, but in Xia Guang's storage ring, there was a huge amount of wealth. The origin strengthening pill that he refined with a purity of 91% had once again returned to his hand, and there was also a light blade inscription inscribed on a ring. Never mind these, they weren't valuable to him. Most importantly, there was an entire 20 million plus gold within Xia Guang's storage ring. Now, the total amount of gold and silver in Du and Lingtian's possession was already close to 50 million gold. After 2.5 months, Du and Lingtian's group finally arrived at a city near the 7-star sword sect. This city wasn't inferior to Black Wind City in size. Du and Lingtian knew the name of this city as he looked at the 3 words above the city gate. Black Bamboo City. At the beginning, Du and Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand why a city would have such a poetic name. Only when he entered the city and saw bamboo that was pitch black like ink rising from the ground all over the city did he come to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the origin of Black Bamboo City. All along the way, Du and Lingtian saw some people wearing azure-colored clothes. These people were mostly young people. Their clothes had the same symbol embroidered on them. A sword, and 7 stars revolved around the sword. They're members of the 7-star sword sect. Du and Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and asked curiously. Li Fei and Ke, who had veils covering their faces, looked at Xiongquan as well, and their beautiful eyes contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Xiongquan nodded. Yes, young master. These are the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 stars on the outer court disciples' uniform are copper-colored. The inner court disciples' uniform is silver-colored. The 7-star sword sect's elders are gold-colored. Du and Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. The 7-star sword sect's test is in half a month, let's find a place to stay first. In next to no time, Du and Lingtian directly bought a courtyard house. Xiongquan, you can't follow us to the 7-star sword sect, Stay here in the future. Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan, if I have anything I need you to do in the future, I'll come look for you. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan hurriedly nodded in a respectful and reverent manner. 10 days later. Bang! Within Duan Lingtian's body, origin energy charged out and finally broke through the final bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage, naturally stepping into the 4th level of the origin core stage. Slightly exerting strength. Above Duan Lingtian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength of 71 ancient mammoth. Compared to an ordinary 4th level origin core stage martial artist, it was an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Even compared to an ordinary 5th level origin core stage martial artist, it was an extra strength of an ancient mammoth. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I've finally broken through. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. He brought along the 2 little girls and called out to Xiong Quan before leaving the courtyard house and finding a restaurant to eat. The restaurant had an ancient fragrance and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little girls to find a seat by the window and sat down, then he ordered some food. 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and with a glance, he noticed that amongst the 3 7-star sword sect disciples at the table next to them, one of them wore a symbol on his azure clothes, and the 7 stars that coiled around the symbol were all silver in color. This young man around the age of 25 was obviously a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the strength of this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Only around the age of 25, 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. As expected of an inner court disciple of one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect. After all, amongst the experts of the younger generation that he knew, the strongest person around this age was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior Marquis, Nai Fen. However, although Nai Fen's age was older than this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, his strength was much inferior. As for the other 2 young men, they were around the age of 22 or 23, and were 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Their strengths weren't weak, and were both at the 4th level of the origin core stage or above. Looks like even the current little Fei's natural talent can only be considered to be ordinary after arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Li Fei was 21 this year, and had just broken through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage 1 month ago. Of course, the reason Li Fei possessed her current cultivation was all because of the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined. Before long, the dishes were served, and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 started eating as well. Squeak squeak tilde the 3 of them had only eaten for a while when the little gold mouse came out from under Kerr's sleeve. Its azure eyes flickered with a strange light as it stared at the pile of dishes on the table, and it gulped down a mouthful of saliva like a human. What? You want to eat as well? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little gold mouse's current appearance. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Come, roll over twice and I'll let you eat. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he spoke to the little gold mouse. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse raised its head with a haughty and disdainful appearance, and it ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face fell. This little gold mouse has really become intelligent. Duan Lingtian could practically confirm now that the little gold mouse was absolutely capable of completely understanding human language. Not only that, its intelligence wasn't inferior to a human. Scoundrel, don't bully little gold. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, then she picked up a piece of meat and placed it before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse picked up the piece of meat and started chewing with relish, and as it chewed, it looked at Kerr with anticipation. Kerr couldn't help but laugh, then she picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them before the little gold mouse. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse nodded in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard exclamations of surprise coming from the table next door. Senior brother, is that a gold fur mouse? This was one of the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples at the table next door that spoke. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but turn around to look at Duan Lingtian's table when he heard this. The other outer court disciple looked over with a curious expression as well. Infant gold fur mouse? The eyes of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple shone, and a greedy flowing light flashed within, as if he'd seen some treasure. Although the greed in the eyes of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple only flashed briefly, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. But he didn't mind, as an infant goldfur mouse was indeed an extremely great temptation to martial artists below the void prying stage. So beautiful. Right at this moment, the eyes of one of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples glowed when he saw the appearance of Kerr, who'd already removed her veil to eat. The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple looked at Kerr when he heard this, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. Only the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple only glanced indifferently at Kerr before his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. His interest towards the little gold mouse was obviously greater than his interest towards Kerr. Duan Lingtian didn't continue looking at the three seven-star sword sect disciples, and his gaze returned to the little gold mouse as he shook his head and laughed. This little gold is the same as little black and little white, they're all foodies. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in his long sleeve. Obviously, the two little fellows hidden within Duan Lingtian's sleeve were unhappy when they heard Duan Lingtian. All right, I won't talk about you two. Duan Lingtian shook the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve and coiled around his arm as he consoled them with a light voice. The two little pythons went silent when they heard this. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. Because he noticed that the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had stood up and slowly walked towards their table. Chapter 256. This seven-star sword sect inner court disciple around the age of 25 had an ordinary appearance, yet a trace of gloominess was faintly mixed within between his brows. How much is this infant goldfur mouse? I'll buy it. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and spoke indifferently. Kerr's beautiful brows frowned when she heard this, and she was slightly displeased. The little gold mouse seemed to have understood what the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple said, and it glared at him with its jade-green eyes as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him. But, the little gold mouse's entire body was covered in fluffy fur, so even if it pretended to be fierce, it didn't have the slightest deterrent force. Green-eyed goldfur mouse? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes lit up, and the first thought that arose within his heart was, I've encountered a variant goldfur mouse. A goldfur mouse, when grown to its peak, possesses the strength of a half-step void stage martial artist. If it was a variant goldfur mouse, it was even possible for it to break through to the void stage and transform into a demon beast. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile when he saw the light of greed that arose within the eyes of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, and he said indifferently, Leave, we're not selling. We're not selling. Duan Lingtian's words caused the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple to be stunned. Do you know who I am? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and intentionally puffed out his chest, completely revealing the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple mark on his chest. Are you playing a monkey? Duan Lingtian frowned and said slightly impatiently, I know you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. But so what? Could it be that because you're a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, I must part with my treasure and sell this little gold mouse to you? Playing a monkey? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said in a low voice, Kid, be careful of trouble arising from a loose tongue. When had he been humiliated like this? As far as he was concerned, this sentence was like a joke, and it was no different from humiliation. When he saw this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face change, Duan Lingtian glanced at him with a calm gaze before lowering his head and continuing to eat, and he didn't pay any further attention to him. When he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this, the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid of him, and he sneered. Truly a lowly wretch. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a stack of banknotes appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slapped it on the table and said in a deep voice, Here are 100,000 taels of silver. I'll buy your baby goldfur mouse. 100,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian was stunned, then he swallowed the food in his mouth, then he glanced at this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. I'll give you 1,000,000 silver, get me another infant goldfur mouse, how about it? Ku and Li Fei's eyebrows furrowed slightly as well, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had indeed gone too far. Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly hand over the infant goldfur mouse. You can't afford to offend our senior brother. Right at this moment, the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stood behind the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and they glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian as one of them threatened with a deep voice. Exactly, our senior brother is an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and is an existence that will become a 7-star sword sect elder in the future. If you're sensible, then hand over the infant goldfur mouse to our senior brother. In this way, you might be able to form some good karma. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple said to Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. According to what you two said, me handing over this infant goldfur mouse to your senior brother is my most sensible choice, the wisest choice? Of course. The two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke in unison. Ha, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, then he raised his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse nodded to Duan Lingtian, then bared her fangs and brandished her claws, then she turned around to glance at the three 7-star sword sect disciples. Duan Lingtian naturally discerned the meaning the little gold mouse expressed now. The little gold mouse was asking him now if she could make a move and kill these three detestable fellows. Duan Lingtian naturally believed the little gold mouse had the strength, but he shook his head instead. If the three 7-star sword sect disciples were really killed by the little gold mouse, then he'd really come here for nothing. At that time, it would absolutely be impossible for the 7-star sword sect to allow him to join. Kid, at least you're sensible. A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple saw Duan Lingtian shaking his head and thought that Duan Lingtian was refusing the little gold mouse's request to stay, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of complacency. It wasn't only him, even the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple and the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had the same thought. The face of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple revealed a smile of victory. He looked at Duan Lingtian and stretched out his hand. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his cold gaze swept the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as he said vigilantly, "What are you doing?" The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. "Kid, you're playing with me? Playing with you?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. When had he played with this fellow? "Scoundrel, he thought you were persuading little gold to go with him earlier." Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian, as she'd seen everything that happened earlier. "I say, is there something wrong with your head? Didn't I say earlier that I'm not selling? Quickly leave, we still have to eat." Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently, "Kid, you." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went gloomy, and the hand he stretched out fiercely exerted strength. Instantly, origin energy raged and was on the verge of erupting. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 8th level of the origin core stage. What? You want to forcefully seize it? A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple can be so overbearing? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his burning gaze stared at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers in the restaurant descended onto the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is seizing something? It can't be. The 7-star sword sect has always had strict rules, and it strictly forbids disciples from bullying the weak. Didn't this little brother say that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple wants to seize something from him? The crowd of customers discussed animatedly. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple noticed the gazes from the surroundings, and his face sank. The corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he raised his voice. "Kid, you've already sold this infant goldfur mouse to me. Now it's you who went back on your word, and I'm only taking back what belongs to me. So that's how it is. I told you that a 7-star sword sect disciple ought to not bully the weak. A person must have integrity. Since you promised someone, then you must do as you say. This young man has gone too far. The customers present came to a sudden understanding, and for a moment, they stood on the side of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as they denounced Duan Lingtian. Shameless. Li Fei and Ke were angered to the point their faces flushed red when they heard the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. They never imagined that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple would actually speak without thinking. Ha ha. Looks like not everyone in the enormous 7-star sword sect is able to abide by the sect rules. Duan Lingtian laughed. He laughed extremely brilliantly, and his gaze descended onto the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Kid, you don't have to quibble anymore. You've already agreed to sell this infant gold fur mouse to me. Hand it over now. I'll give you a chance, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple stared at Duan Lingtian, and dense killing intent flickered within the depths of his eyes. Young man, since you've already agreed, then hand it over to him. Yeah, as the saying goes, a man without integrity is worthless. Integrity is extremely important, there's no need to throw away your life for this. Young people nowadays really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The spectating customers spoke out one after another. Some were persuading Duan Lingtian, and some were teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded this group of opportunists. They didn't know anything yet were chattering without end. Did they really think that he was a selfless saint? Kid, it's difficult to offend public anger. You should obediently hand over this infant gold fur mouse. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency when he heard so many people denouncing Duan Lingtian for him. Exactly, quickly hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make you suffer the consequences. Kid, be sensible. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. The other two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples cooperated and spoke to Duan Lingtian with an arrogant appearance. 7-star sword sect. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be some black sheep. Even the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect, was no exception. These 3 7-star sword sect disciples had taken a fancy to the little gold mouse, so they stopped at nothing to turn black into white, and for the sake of achieving their goal, they would stop at nothing. What if I don't hand it over? Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples before him and spoke indifferently with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the 3 people before him seriously. Actually, he indeed didn't take them seriously. It was only 3 origin core stage existences. Kid, looks like you're intentionally playing tricks on me. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank, and he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The origin energy on his hand raged and became restless. Everything he said now was obviously to pave the way for his ruthless attack in the next moment. In this way, he would be in the right, and no one would say that a 7-star sword sect disciple was taking advantage of his position to bully others. And the facts were precisely so. As expected, a wave of sighs of emotion sounded out within the restaurant when they heard the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Young people nowadays are too impulsive. Not to mention not keeping his word, he's still so eloquent and arrogant. Today, even if he's killed by this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, he can only blame himself. Exactly, even if he dies, he would have died for nothing. After all, he's in the wrong. Numerous voices continued to build momentum for the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. All of you. How can all of you be like this? The young master utterly didn't agree to sell little gold to him. Chapter 257. Ke, there's no need for you to explain to them. They're only a group of opportunists. Li Fei extended her hand that was white like jade and lightly patted the back of Ke's hand as she consoled. Li Fei's words naturally aroused the rage of the crowd. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Exactly. On what basis do you say we're opportunists? Could it be that you mean this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple is intentionally wronging all of you? Is there any need for a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple to wrongly accuse all of you? The crowd of customers all glared angrily at Li Fei. When had Li Fei ever seen a scene like this? For a moment, she was angered to the point her face flushed red, and she clenched her fist tightly as her delicate figure lightly trembled. Slap. Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out, and the clamorous sounds within the restaurant instantly stopped abruptly. It was Duan Lingtian who slapped his palm onto the table. Shut up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he would at most laugh it off when these people spoke ill of him. But these people actually dared to speak ill of Li Fei, speak ill of his woman. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers within the restaurant descended onto Duan Lingtian, and most of them had sneers on their faces as they waited for Duan Lingtian to be taught a lesson by the seven-star sword sect disciple. What? Kid, you've become angry from embarrassment. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had a ridiculing smile on his face, as he never imagined that the development of the situation before him would actually completely lean towards him. He knew that it was time. Now, even if he made a move, no one would feel that he was relying on the might of the seven-star sword sect to bully others. Duan Lingtian looked at the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple with a piercingly cold light in his eyes. Now, he already didn't have the patience to continue playing with this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Xiong Quan, throw the three of them out. The three seven-star sword sect disciples couldn't refrain from laughing when they heard Duan Lingtian. Even most of the customers in the restaurant couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the shocking strength of a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Even if there was someone whose strength surpassed a seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, the person wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, doing so would directly offend the seven-star sword sect. The seven-star sword sect, a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. How could anyone dare to provoke him? However, their smiles quickly froze. Because they saw it. Yes, young master, Xiong Quan responded. His figure flashed out as if he had turned into a gust of wind. At the instant that the smiles on the faces of the three seven-star sword sect members froze, Xiong Quan moved out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing each of them with a single grab before directly throwing them out of the restaurant. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the restaurant, three loud sounds rang out, followed by three miserable cries. Inside the restaurant, there was dead silence. All the drinkers were stunned. They weren't stunned because of the nascent soul stage strength that Xiong Quan revealed, but were instead stunned because Xiong Quan dared to touch a seven-star sword sect disciple. The seven-star sword sect was famous for being protective. As far as they were concerned, since this middle-aged man dared to touch a seven-star sword sect disciple, he would surely suffer great misfortune. How would they know that those three seven-star sword sect disciples utterly didn't dare tell the sect elders about what happened today? Their right was only an illusion. The seven-star sword sect elders weren't easy to deal with, and they weren't so easy to trick. 100,000 silver to buy an infant gold fur mouse? This was already relying on force to bully others. So, the three seven-star sword sect disciples fiercely glared at Duan Lingtian, who was within the restaurant, before leaving dejectedly. Senior brother, could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? One of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples had an unwilling expression. If we don't let it go like this, what else can you do? I never imagined that he actually had a nascent soul martial artist by his side. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. He originally thought that the infant gold fur mouse would be easily obtained, but he never imagined that such an unforeseen event would occur. Senior brother, your 100,000 silver seems to still be on their table. Should we go back and get it? The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciple had a flash of inspiration as he recalled this matter. Why don't you go get it? At that time, I'll give you half. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple glared at the seven-star sword sect outer court disciple. This caused the latter to have a bitter smile and not dare make another sound. Damn it. If it wasn't for that nascent soul martial artist being present, I would surely kill that violet-clothed young man. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had a gloomy expression as he spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, our seven-star sword sect outer court disciple test is in another 5 days. Do you think they came for this as well? From their accent, they don't seem to be from the surroundings of Black Bamboo City. Suddenly, the eyes of a seven-star sword sect outer court disciple flickered as he guessed. Right, senior brother, there's really such a possibility. The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciples' gaze lit up as well. Now that all of you mention it, there really is such a possibility. If he's really here to join our seven-star sword sect, then he's walking right into a trap, and I'll surely kill him. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes went cold, and his icy cold voice seemed to have come from an icy cave with piercingly cold winds, and it contained frightening killing intent mixed within. If he enters the seven-star sword sect, then that nascent soul martial artist by his side won't be able to protect him. The two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples started laughing as well. Within the restaurant, after Xiong Quan revealed his strength at the nascent soul stage, the crowd of customers instantly shut their mouths and went silent, as they were deeply afraid of offending the violet-clothed young man. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if they dared to speak out of turn, then with the violet-clothed young man's temper, he would surely not hesitate to make the nascent soul martial artist by his side attack them. The violet-clothed young man was afraid of the identities of the 3 seven-star sword sect disciples and didn't dare kill them. But he wouldn't fear them. All right, little Fei, don't be angry. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, then his gaze went cold as it swept past the crowd of customers present. How about this? So long as you say the word, I'll immediately ask Xiong Quan to throw all of them out. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but in the ears of the crowd of customers, it was instead like a thunderclap. When they raised their heads to look over, they saw the middle-aged man that attacked earlier looking at them with a burning gaze. Instantly, all the customers went into an uproar, and they directly put down the money for their food and wine before leaving the restaurant as if they were fleeing. In the next moment, only their table remained within the restaurant, as well as the dumbstruck manager and attendant, Fut. Li Fei finally couldn't refrain from laughing out loud when she saw this scene. Her laughter was charming and moving, and it captivated one's heart and soul. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbstruck, and wished for nothing more than to push Li Fei down right now and take to his heart's content. Scoundrel, what are you looking at? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, and her tone was slightly bashful. What an alluring little vixen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his lower abdomen heat up, and he forcefully restrained the impulse to take a deep breath. Big Sister Fei, young master has been charmed by you. Ke spoke to Li Fei with a light smile as she stroked the little gold mouse. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red as if blood was about to drip out when she heard this, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand to scratch Ke. Little Sister Ke, what are you saying? Ah, so itchy. Big Sister Fei, spare me, I didn't say anything. Ke hurriedly begged for mercy. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse seemed to have become a spectator when she saw this scene, and she looked excitedly at Li Fei and Ke playing around, and her pair of jade green eyes spun as they flickered with a strange sheen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his mood became much better. 7-star sword sect. Once I, Ke, and little Fei enter it, we'll be unable to avoid encountering those 3 people from before. I hope they're sensible and don't look for trouble with us. Otherwise. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, a trace of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Imperial City. You. What did you say? You said my son is dead. In a spacious courtyard house, an aged old man stared at the middle-aged man before him, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. Yes. The middle-aged man's body shivered. The old man that stood before him now was an existence that commanded great influence in the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the vice president of the enormous Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xia Do. An existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Under Xia Do's rage, a terrifying pressure enveloped his body, causing his breathing to become slightly irregular. Guang. Xia Do cried out with sorrow, and his muddy eyes instantly emitted bright lights that flickered with scarlet red killing intent. The middle-aged man's face went grim when he felt the pressure that stretched out from Xie Dou's body grow stronger and stronger, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. He believed that if this continued, it probably wouldn't be long before he would collapse on the ground. Finally, the raging aura that stretched out from Xie Dou's body vanished, and the terrifying pressure dispersed along with it, allowing the middle-aged man to catch his breath and heave a sigh of relief. "Speak, what exactly happened? Who killed my son?" Xie Dou looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with dense cold lights that were about to swallow the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gasped. At this moment, he even had the misconception that the person standing before him wasn't a person, but a venomous snake, a terrifying venomous snake that was capable of instantly killing a person. Lord Xie Dou, the person that did it, was in existence at the void prying stage. The middle-aged man caught his breath and slowly said, "This matter started from the auction held in the Ma clan auction house 3 months ago." Subsequently, the middle-aged man spoke of everything he knew from the Ma clan of Blackwind City. A violet-clothed young man took out an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. Xie Dou's face sank, as even he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. A medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. In the past, it was practically impossible for it to exist in his eyes. Now, he couldn't help but become slightly fearful. That person was able to take out an origin-strengthening pill like this. Did it mean that there was a formidable alchemist behind that person? Perhaps he saw through Xie Dou's fear, and the middle-aged man added, "Lord Xie Dou, according to the Ma clan, that origin-strengthening pill was obtained by accident by that young man. He isn't related to the alchemist that refined that origin-strengthening pill." Chapter 258. There were 7 perfectly straight peaks in the 7-star sword sect. The 7 peaks rose from the ground like 7 sharp swords that charged into the clouds. These 7 peaks were also called the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 great sword peaks were also named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. They were respectively Dub Peak, Merak Peak, Fekta Peak, Megrez Peak, Aliath Peak, Mizza Peak, and Alcade Peak. Amongst them, Dub Peak was the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, and it was also the tallest sword peak with a grand aura. The other 6 sword peaks were instead distributed around Dub Peak, like a host of stars surrounding the moon. They surrounded Dub Peak at the center. Only within this mountain, deep within the clouds. Duan Lingtian listened to Xiong Quan's introduction, and his heart was filled with shock as he gazed from afar at the 7 sword peaks that were coiled by clouds and mist. "This is the 7-star sword sect. Young master, there seems to be something connected to Dub Peak on the surrounding 6 sword peaks." Ker's sharp eyes noticed the scene of the clouds and mist dispersing. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, he could see that there were indeed things similar to black ropes on the surrounding 6 mountain peaks, and they were connected to Dub Peak. "Young master, supposedly, among the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, only the main peak, Dub Peak, has a path to ascend the mountain. The other 6 sword peaks don't have a path to ascend the mountain. Unless it's in existence at the void prying stage, otherwise, practically no one is able to ascend the mountain." Xiong Quan spoke of everything he knew. So, if one wants to ascend the other 6 sword peaks, one must pass through the main peak's entrance, then step onto the main peak's chain bridge and enter. Chain bridge. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, the 7-star sword sect only has a single path to ascend the mountain, which is the path to Dub Peak. A sect like this has a shocking defense. There was only one path, and it was completely possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000. Coupled with the 7-star sword sect's resources and reserves, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family personally came, they might not be able to gain any benefits. Soon, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the foot of one of the sword peaks. The part of the sword peak that had sunk into the ground was extremely steep, and one couldn't see the end of it. Even a half-step void stage martial artist would probably be unable to ascend such a precipitous cliff. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that it wasn't just him and the 2 little girls by his side that were sighing with emotion. Presently, many young men and young women had converged over from all over, and they were pointing at Sword Peak while exclaiming with admiration. Duan Lingtian understood that these people ought to have come to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test as well. The closer they got to the main peak, the more people they could see. The young men and women that converged from all over had a senior by their side, and in the end, they converged at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dub Peak, outside the only entrance to the 7-star sword sect. The entrance to the 7-star sword sect was a few tens of meters tall, and 4 large words were carved on it in a flamboyant style, 7-star sword sect. This. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was attracted by these 4 large words. Although he didn't have much knowledge in calligraphy, he was able to discern that these 4 large words were carved by a sword cultivator expert smoothly swinging his sword, and it was completely natural, and not the slightest flaw could be found. This entrance seems to have some history. Li Fei spoke in a light voice, and her tone contained traces of shock mixed within. Obviously, she was shocked by those 4 large words as well. Supposedly, this entrance already existed when the 7-star sword sect was established. These 4 words 7-star sword sect were carved by the founding ancestor of the 7-star sword sect. As Xiong Quan spoke up to hear, he had an expression of reverence. According to rumor, the founding ancestor of the 7-star sword sect was already a void interpretation expert when he established the 7-star sword sect all those years ago. Void interpretation expert. In other words, an expert that had stepped into the void interpretation stage. Void interpretation stage expert? Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There's a void interpretation stage expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Xiong Quan shook his head. That was a matter of a few thousand years ago. According to my knowledge, a void interpretation stage expert hasn't appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long time now. Even if it's a void initiation stage expert, there's probably not more than 50 in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he spoke up to hear, Xiong Quan sighed slightly. At that time, if our Boundless sect had a void initiation stage expert, we wouldn't have been annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian knew a little about the Boundless sect from Xiong Quan. The Boundless sect could only be considered a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was filled with sects. The sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that could be called a top sect usually had 5 or more void initiation stage experts within the sect, and there was no lack of existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above amongst them. Below the top sects were the first-rate sects, and there were usually 1 or 2 void initiation stage experts within the sect, and the strongest was usually at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Below them were the second-rate sects that didn't have any void initiation stage experts, and the difference between them and third-rate sects was the quantity and quality of void prying stage experts. The sects below the third-rate sects were some unrated sects. These unrated sects usually only had 1 or 2 void prying stage martial artists, and in terms of strength, they were on par with the imperial families of the various kingdoms under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless sect that day was a first-rate sect. Your Boundless sect's young sect leader left behind a voice transmission jade slip and asked me to pass it to the secluded old man, Shong Guanyang, of the Solitary Peak. Could it be that Shong Guanyang isn't a void initiation stage expert? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and asked. Xiong Quan said slowly, "Young master, the old man you spoke of is the ancestor of our Boundless sect. He was in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage over 10 years ago, and later on, he saw through the world of mortals and decided to live in seclusion. As for whether he has broken through to the void initiation stage now, I don't know." As he finished speaking, Xiong Quan had a sigh and didn't hold any hope. In terms of difficulty, a 9th level void prying stage martial artist wanting to break through to the void initiation stage far surpassed a half-step void stage martial artist breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, "How far is the Solitary Peak from here?" Xiong Quan slightly pondered. "If we travel by Fergana horses, it ought to take 5 months of time to arrive near the Solitary Peak." "So far." Duan Lingtian frowned. He was originally thinking that if the Solitary Peak wasn't far away, Then he would ask Xiong Quan to pass the voice transmission jade slip to Shong Guanyang of the Solitary Peak, and it could be considered as fulfilling the wish of the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. Now it would seem that there was temporarily no need for this. If Xiong Quan were to leave, then a round trip would take 10 months, too long. I'll go to the Solitary Peak to look for Shong Guanyang when I have the chance in the future, Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. He didn't want Xiong Quan to leave for so long. If he had an urgent matter to look for Xiong Quan during this period of time, then wouldn't he be delayed? Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if Shong Guanyang knew of this matter, he might not be able to do anything to the Black Fiend sect. According to Xiong Quan, there were 2 void initiation stage experts in the Black Fiend sect. One of them was even a second-level void initiation stage expert. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at the surroundings, and he noticed that more and more people were converging over. These people were all a group of young men and women, and the oldest looked to be not more than 25 years old. This was the standard of the 7-star sword sect when recruiting outer court disciples. Under the age of 25, practically every young man and woman had a senior following by their side. Some of the seniors that followed by the sides of these young men and women were even existences at the void prying stage. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. 3 people finally walked down from behind the 7-star sword sect's entrance. Amongst the 3 people, there was an old man in the lead. The old man had a thin figure, a firm expression, and a trace of exuberant vitality was mixed between his brows. His spirit had reached its peak, and in some aspects, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the young man. 7-star sword sect elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the symbol on the old man's chest. The 7 stars surrounding the sword-shaped symbol were all gold in color. It was precisely the symbol of a 7-star sword sect elder. Behind the old man were 2 young men around the age of 30, and they were 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. Participants of the test below the age of 25, stand over here now. The old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained exceedingly dense origin energy, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. Xiong Quan, you go back. If there's anything, I'll go look for you in Black Bamboo City. Duan Lingtian nodded to Xiong Quan, then after instructing him, he brought along the 2 little girls and slowly walked over. For a moment, a group of young men and women gathered together. There were also many young men who saw Li Fei and Ke, and they were slightly stunned. They were shocked by their peerless appearances, and only recovered from their shock after a short moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood between Li Fei and Ke, and their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. So many people. Ke sized up the surroundings for a moment and was slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian nodded. The young men and women gathered together now were at least over 1,000 people. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Now, those below the age of 20 who haven't stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage, leave. Instantly, a portion of the people left the crowd dejectedly. Those above the age of 20 and below the age of 22 who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man continued. This time, even more people left. Those below the age of 22 who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage want to leave? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, the number of people that were able to step into the 1st level of the origin core stage below the age of 22 could be counted on one hand. The 7-star sword sect was worthy of being a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The test hadn't even begun, and it was only the first round of selection, but it was already so strict. Those above the age of 22 and below the age of 23 who haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice continued to sound out. This time, the faces of many young men and women went grim. Although they were slightly disgruntled, they still left obediently. Those above the age of 23 and below the age of 25 who haven't stepped into the 3rd level of the origin core stage, leave. Chapter 259. Now, after the first round of screening, the group of young men and women that remained numbered close to 200 people. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. The quality of the genius martial artists of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was really not something that the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Such harsh requirements, yet there were still so many people left in the end. The remaining people, follow me, the old man ordered. Then he led the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to open the path in front, and Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind as they majestically ascended Dub Peak. Dub Peak, the main peak of the 7-star sword sect. On the way, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he slowly said, "I'm the elder in charge of the outer court disciple test this time. All of you can call me Test Elder. Now that all of you are able to ascend Dub Peak, it also represents that all of you are a step closer to becoming an outer court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. However, whether you're able to become an outer court disciple or not still depends on your own ability." The old man continued, "Even if you become an outer court disciple, don't think of slacking off. The 7-star sword sect has a rule that those who are unable to pass the inner court test and become inner court disciples before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect." The old man's words caused many people to be greatly shocked. Unable to become an inner court disciple before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect? I heard that if one wants to become an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, one must at least have a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I also heard that even if one has a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, one might not be able to pass the inner court test. Only by participating in the inner court test at the 8th level of the origin core stage would one have a 90% chance of passing. Many young men and women whispered in discussion. Although their natural talent wasn't bad, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage or even the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30 wasn't an easy matter. For a time, many people felt pressure. Duan Lingtian followed within the crowd and only lightly smiled when he heard the whispers of the surrounding people. "Scoundrel, breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30. Do I have a chance?" Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly perturbed. "So long as you're obedient, I guarantee you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 25. How about it?" Duan Lingtian placed his mouth next to Li Fei's ear and gently blew. His voice was mixed with some restlessness. "Big bad guy." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Her pretty face blushed, and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Seeing how close Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were, many young men looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy, as if they could see right through Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian simply ignored these gazes. Nearly 200 people followed behind the old man and arrived at the mountainside of Tianshu Peak. There was a vast stone platform here, and there were already quite a few people around it. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were 6 groups of people standing there. 5 groups of people were led by an aged old man, and behind these old men were 3 or 4 young men. These old men were all elders of the 7-star sword sect, and as for the young men that followed behind them, they were all outer court disciples without exception. The other group of people were all women. Although the attire of the 7-star sword sect's female disciples was azure clothes as well, it was different from the male disciples. It lacked a bit of firmness and had a bit more delicateness, causing others to feel comfortable and not ugly. In the lead of this group of women was a beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance, and she was natural and unrestrained. She was also an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Behind the beautiful woman followed 3 young women, and they were all outer court disciples of the 7-star sword sect as well. Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind Test Elder and stepped onto the stone platform. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had already brought along the 3 young women to greet them. As for the other 5 old men, they instead brought along the people behind them and waited on the spot. "What's this for?" Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. But in next to no time, he found out the answer. Test Elder's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others, then he slowly said, "The women amongst you are exempted from the outer court disciple test and directly become outer court disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Now, all of you follow Alcade Peak's elder by to head to Alcade Peak and become disciples of Alcade Peak." Test Elder's words caused all the young men and women that followed up to ascend Dub Peak to be stunned. All the young women revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Exempted from the test. Directly become outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect. All the young men were dumbstruck. This works. Now, absurd thoughts arose within the hearts of some of the young men, and they wished for nothing more than to be a woman. Female disciples, follow me. The beautiful woman that came up to greet them, the Alcade Peak's Elder Bai, spoke out with a calm voice that didn't carry any emotion. Go on. Duan Lingtian smiled to the 2 little girls by his side. When he saw the 2 girls seeming to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian said, I'll go look for you too once I become an outer court disciple as well. The 2 girls nodded obediently when they heard this, then walked out with the group of young women. Li Fei and Ke seemed to stand out like cranes amongst a flock of chickens within the group of young women. All along the way earlier, because there were too many people didn't see their true appearances. Now that they walked out with the 30+ young women, they instantly drew the gazes of everyone present. So beautiful. The eyes of many young men shone, and they were subdued by the peerless appearances of Li Fei and Ke. Even the beautiful woman, Elder Bai, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she looked at Li Fei and Ke, and her eyes contained slight surprise mixed within. It wasn't that she'd never seen a young woman with such an outstanding appearance. However, with such outstanding looks and astonishing talent, this was the most difficult thing to come by. How many beautiful young women with ordinary natural talent could at most be reduced to a flower vase? In next to no time, the beautiful woman bid her farewells to Test Elder, then brought along the group of young women and directly left, obviously returning to Alcade Peak. I heard long ago that the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak is filled with female disciples. I never imagined that it's true. A young man that stood nearby Duan Lingtian exclaimed with admiration. Of course. Supposedly, the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court female disciples usually cultivate on Alcade Peak. You can see some female disciples on Dub Peak, but these female disciples are all inner court disciples and aren't young. As a young man finished speaking, he had a strange expression. I really envy them. They're able to skip the test and directly become outer court disciples. Many people had envious expressions. Actually, it's understandable. They're women after all, and it's already extremely rare for women to be able to satisfy the Test Elder's selection criteria. Directly becoming outer court disciples is within reason. Another person said. The words of the latter obtained the unanimous agreement of most people. Women were innately weaker than men. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always descended onto Li Fei and Ke, and he only withdrew his gaze when they followed Alcade Peak's Elder Bai to a higher point on Dub Peak and vanished before his eyes. Meanwhile, including Duan Lingtian, the remaining 150+ young men followed Test Elder to arrive at the center of the high platform. Test Elder suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. The group of people stopped moving when they saw this. Amongst all of you, only 100 people can remain in the end. In other words, 53 people will be eliminated. Test Elder's burning gaze flashed past the group of young men, causing many young men that were already perturbed to go pale. Now, there were exactly 153 people amongst them. In other words, more than a third of the people would be eliminated. I wonder what test it will be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He was slightly curious and slightly expectant. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in passing the test, so he wasn't worried. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. He realized that a powerful aura was emitted from the elder's body, suppressing the figures of the group of people including him. This formidable aura was the aura of a void prying stage expert. Moreover, it wasn't the aura of an ordinary void prying stage expert. This Test Elder is actually in existence at the 7th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. As for Test Elder's aura, it didn't cause too much of an effect on him. After all, his spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. Not to mention this, the tenacity of his will wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. He was a person that had experienced 2 lifetimes. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that the other young men were caught off guard, and instantly, over 10 of them collapsed onto the ground. These young men that collapsed onto the ground were unable to stand up any longer, and their bodies shivered as they lay on the ground. To them, the aura of a 7th-level void prying stage expert was too formidable. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people had collapsed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky, and it was the remaining group of young men that reacted to the situation and circulated their strength to resist Test Elder's aura. For a time, the sky was covered in dense ancient mammoth silhouettes, and it was utterly impossible to distinguish which ancient mammoth silhouettes belonged to which person. Bang! Before long, another young man collapsed and foamed at the mouth. Time silently flowed by. Chapter 260. There just happened to be a young man standing behind Duan Lingtian. He was originally clenching his teeth and stubbornly holding on, but now, when he saw the carefree Duan Lingtian before him, and when he saw Duan Lingtian stretching before him, he couldn't endure it any longer and lost control of his mind, causing his body to tremble before crashing onto the ground. The commotion that came from behind him caused Duan Lingtian to jump in fright, and he turned around to look. The young man that was limp on the ground had a bitter expression on his face, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian turning around, he almost fainted. Oh my God! What did he see? The young man that stood before him was actually a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. He suddenly felt that he'd been living like a dog all these years. Friend, are you all right? Duan Lingtian noticed that the young man that was on the ground was staring at him, and he couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. The young man opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end, he wasn't able to say anything. Test Elder's imposing aura enveloped him, causing him to be unable to speak. There was only one thought left in his heart. Freak. This violet-clothed young man was simply a freak. Bang, 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 bang. Half an hour later, the young men collapsed to the ground one after another. Gradually, only 100 young men were left standing. Meanwhile, Test Elder's imposing aura was restrained. Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and noticed that amongst the young men that were standing, there were a few people that were similar in age to him, and the cultivations of these people hadn't broken through to the origin core stage. They were able to persist, and it was obvious that their willpower was shocking. A test like this is interesting, it's sufficiently direct and straightforward. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Along with Test Elder withdrawing his imposing aura, everyone instantly felt the pressure on them reduce greatly, and the people that were standing had brilliant smiles on their faces. The 53 people that had collapsed onto the ground had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. You too, bring them down the mountain. Test Elder instructed the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples behind him. Yes. When the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples heard this, they brought the 53 people that stood up with difficulty and left. These 53 people could be considered to have made a wasted trip up the mountain. Congratulations, all of you have become outer court disciples of our 7-star sword sect. Test Elder's gaze flashed past the 100 young men including Duan Lingtian, and he slowly said, Now, I'll roughly introduce our 7-star sword sect to all of you. Our 7-star sword sect is divided into 7 great sword peaks, and amongst them, the Dub Peak is the main peak. The cultivation grounds on the main peak belong to the 7-star sword sect's higher-ups and inner court disciples. Outer court disciples cultivate on the other 6 peaks. Among the 6 peaks of the outer court, Alcade Peak is the cultivation grounds of the outer court female disciples, and the other 5 peaks are the cultivation grounds of the outer court male disciples. At this point, the invigilating elder continued, Now, the elders of the other 5 peaks and the outer court disciples they brought with them will each pick 20 of you. In the future, you'll be the outer court disciple of the peak that picked your elders. As for the other details, the elders of each peak will explain them to you in detail. Alcade Peak, the cultivation grounds of the outer court female disciples? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That seemed to be no different than a country of women. Meanwhile, under Test Elder's call, the elders of the other 5 peaks brought along the disciples behind them and walked over in large strides. When these people approached, Duan Lingtian noticed a familiar figure, and Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would encounter this person here. Behind the old man with a goatee was one of the 3 outer court disciples, and one of them could be considered to be Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples he met in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City 5 days ago. It was one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Due to the distance earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't notice this person. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had seen him as well. Not only that, this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple seemed to not be surprised when he saw him, as if he'd known of his existence since long ago. Perhaps, when Kerr and Little Fei left with Alcade Hall's elder Bai, he'd already guessed that I'd be here as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the 5 old men, who were the elders of the other 5 peaks, brought along the outer court disciples behind them and walked over. Duan Lingtian saw that the outer court disciple that was his enemy directly charged towards him, and when he saw him, the corners of his mouth curled into a victorious smile as he threw a small and exquisite command token to Duan Lingtian. "From now on, you're an outer court disciple of our Megrez Peak." Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he caught the command token, and when he looked carefully, he noticed that this was the command token of the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak disciple. A mischievous smile appeared on the face of this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before leaning forward to approach him and saying in a low voice, "Kid, I never imagined that I'd be able to encounter you here. It's really a small world. I'm extremely curious, here, without that nascent soul martial artist to rely on, would you kneel down and beg for mercy before me?" Kneel down and beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this outer court disciple. Instantly, the smile on his face vanished as he glanced at the outer court disciple with an expressionless face, and he slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. "Idiot. You." This 7-star sword sect outer court disciple never imagined that Duan Lingtian still dared to be arrogant before him, and his face instantly sank as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Kid, you'll regret it." Duan Lingtian yawned, then didn't pay any further attention to this outer court disciple, and walked towards the old man with a goatee, the Megrez Peak's elder. Meanwhile, the Megrez Peak side had finished selecting the 20 people. "I'm called Lu Qiu, the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak's outer court elder. All of you can call me Elder Lu in the future." The old man with a goatee said to the 20 new 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, "Elder Lu." Instantly, many people took the initiative to greet him, with the intention of getting acquainted with him. "All of you have just entered the sect and don't know many things. I'll bring all of you back to Megrez Peak now. On the way, I and your 3 senior brothers will explain to all of you the things to pay attention to in the 7-star sword sect." As soon as Lu Qiu finished speaking, he brought Duan Lingtian's group to continue ascending Dub Peak. On the way, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out. "Since all of you have entered the 7-star sword sect, then you must abide by the rules of the 7-star sword sect. 7-star sword sect disciples are not allowed to bully the weak, and are not allowed to bully the kind and fear the evil. This is the objective of the 7-star sword sect since it was established for a few thousand years. Besides that, unless the sect disciples have ascended the life and death arena, they are not allowed to compete and kill each other within the 7-star sword sect. Those that violate this will be severely punished according to the sect's rules." As Lu Qiu finished speaking, his tone had a sense of coldness that caused one's hair to stand on end. "Elder Lu, what's the life and death arena?" Instantly, an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect couldn't refrain himself from asking. Lu Qiu looked at the nearby outer court disciple. "Huixin, explain." "Yes." The person that was called out by Lu Qiu was none other than the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was enemies with Duan Lingtian on a narrow road. But before Lu Qiu, Huixin was instead reverent and respectful, and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Huixin's gaze descended onto the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, it seemed to contain a strand of cold light. Of course, this cold light flashed and vanished, and only Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was able to notice it. "Huixin." A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he was disdainful towards the cold light that flashed within Huoxin's eyes. In his eyes, this Huoxin was only a clown. The life and death arena is an extremely special existence in our 7-star sword sect. Each of the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect has a life and death arena. This life and death arena is a place for those disciples that have irreconcilable enmity with each other to vent. Once one ascends the life and death arena, it's equivalent to using one's life as a wager. Ascending the life and death arena also means that one won't rest until one dies. The life and death arena is also the only place in our 7-star sword sect where one doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. Huoxin spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of provocation within it. It was as if he was asking Duan Lingtian, "Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me?" In next to no time, Huoxin noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't look him in the eye from the beginning until the end, and this caused his expression to become even gloomier. When had he been disregarded like this? Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect. "Kid, I'll kill you sooner or later." Dense killing intent arose within Huoxin's heart. Presently, he no longer purely wanted to get back the face he lost in the restaurant 5 days ago. In his heart, he'd already completely hated this violet-clothed young man, along with Huoxin's voice sounding out. Besides Duan Lingtian, who had a composed expression, the expressions of the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect more or less went slightly pale, and there were even some people that were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. Life and death arena. Won't rest until one dies. One doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. This life and death arena was really a good place. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the existence of the life and death arena could only restrict the 7-star sword sect disciples from killing each other to a certain extent. So long as one wasn't noticed, one could similarly carry out slaughter in secret, and similarly didn't have to bear any responsibility. The existence of the life and death arena only caused the 7-star sword sect disciples to not dare carry out slaughter under the circumstances that there were others present. If there was no one present, then it was the same whether there was a life and death arena or not. In next to no time, Lu Qiu spoke out. "After all of you become members of Megrez Peak, I hope all of you can bring honor to Megrez Peak. So long as it's a person that brings honor to Megrez Peak, then Megrez Peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly." Lu Qiu's words caused the 20 outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, including Duan Lingtian, to be stunned. "Elder Lu, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 261. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian reacted as well. Perhaps, there was competition between the various peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Lu Qiu slowly said, "Within the 7-star sword sect, besides the main peak, Dub Peak, some of the outer court disciples on the other 6 sword peaks will hold an outer court martial competition every other year. The outer court martial competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to decide on the strongest 10 people from the various peaks. These 10 people will participate in the second stage of the outer court martial competition. The second stage of the outer court martial competition will be a competition between the 6 peaks, a competition between the 60 most outstanding outer court disciple." As he finished speaking, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Qiu's mouth. It had already been a long time since the Megrez Peak outer court disciples obtained first place, outer court martial competition. The gazes of many people lit up, but there were also some people that shook their heads. "We've just entered the 7-star sword sect. Once we participate in this outer court martial competition, we can only look for abuse. Perhaps we'll be able to show off in the outer court martial competition in a few years." The people that shook their heads whispered in discussion. Lu Qiu snorted coldly when he heard these people. "All of you listen carefully. Not every outer court disciple has the qualifications to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition. Only outer court disciples that have entered the sect for less than 3 years have the qualifications to register and participate. Entered the sect for less than 3 years. Some of the outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect declined to comment when they heard Lu Qiu. Even then, there's no lack of existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage or above amongst those outer court disciples. Exactly, to us, encountering a 5th or 6th level origin core stage existence is no different than encountering a 7th level origin core stage existence. However, in this way, we ought to be able to show off our ability in another 2 years. You're right. Of course, there were also some outer court disciples that looked forward to the future, and thought of the scene of them being in high spirits in the outer court martial competition. Elder Lu, when is the next outer court martial competition? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qiu and asked curiously. He was rather interested in this outer court martial competition. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect would presumably not be stingy in terms of rewards. Lu Qiu's originally gloomy expression eased up slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. The next outer court martial competition will be held in half a year. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lu Qiu withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He originally thought that the person who asked him this question was someone who had the confidence to participate in the outer court martial competition half a year later. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian's age, he dismissed the idea. As far as he was concerned, no matter how high a young man's natural talent was, a young man that wasn't even 20 years old ought to only be a first-level origin core stage martial artist, and he didn't know if the young man would be able to break through to the second level of the origin core stage half a year later. It was impossible for such a person to achieve any results in the outer sect martial competition. Even to the extent that it was impossible for him to obtain the top 10 positions of Megrez Peak. Having confidence is a good thing, but if you're overconfident, then you're arrogant. Huo Xin was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian ask Lu Qiu this question earlier, and now that he reacted to it, he couldn't help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't hear what Huo Xin said. Half a year later. At that time, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Finally, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Qiu and once again arrived at a stone platform halfway up Dub Peak. This stone platform was comparatively narrow, and when 20+ people stood together, it seemed to be slightly crowded. Behind the stone platform was a chain bridge that was completely formed from chains linked together, and it led to a sword peak in the south. That's Megrez Peak. Duan Lingtian gazed at a precipitous mountain peak that was coiled by clouds and mist in the distance, and his gaze abruptly shone. This mountain peak stood there for a long time, as if transforming into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, and it gave one a pitilessly fierce feeling that shook the heart. Let's go. Lu Qiu took the lead and brought along the group of outer court disciples to walk onto the chain bridge. When the group of people stood on it, the chain bridge started to sway. So high. Oh my God. If we were to fall down from here, not even a corpse would remain. Nonsense. That's for sure. Instantly, besides Duan Lingtian, the remaining group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect all exclaimed in surprise. A small number of people had ghastly pale expressions. There are people in this world that have acrophobia as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his gaze descended onto the other end of the chain bridge. This chain bridge was at least 300 or 400 meters long, and connecting Dub Peak to Megrez Peak was undoubtedly an extremely large project. This chain bridge ought to be connected by an expert at the void prying stage or above. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the scene before his eyes flashed, as if he saw the numerous figures that carried iron chains as they flew past in the sky when the 7-star sword sect was established. As expected, the descendants enjoy the shade of the trees planted by the predecessors. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Lu Qiu stood at the side, and his gaze quickly descended onto the violet-clothed young man and completely froze. Amongst the 20 outer court disciples that he'd brought along that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, this violet-clothed young man was the youngest, but now that he was on the chain bridge, the person that was the most composed was undoubtedly him. If the violet-clothed young man was a 7-star sword sect disciple, then he wouldn't find it strange that the violet-clothed young man had such a composed expression as he walked on the chain bridge. But this violet-clothed young man was instead here for the first time, and when he stepped onto the chain bridge, it was as if he was walking on level ground. After all, beneath the chain bridge was a bottomless abyss. Even when he'd just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago and became an outer court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, his heart couldn't help but tremble when he walked on the chain bridge. "What's your name?" Finally, Lu Qiu couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian and ask. This young man caused him to feel that he was slightly unable to see through him. He'd been in the Seven-Star Sword sect for so many years, but it was the first time he had such a feeling towards someone that had just entered the sect. "Elder Lu, you're asking me?" Duan Lingtian was stunned, and when he saw Lu Qiu nodding to him, he lightly smiled. "I'm Duan Lingtian." "Duan Lingtian? Lingtian? Your name is rather domineering." A trace of a rare smile appeared on Lu Qiu's face. "Elder Lu, you're too kind." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and was neither humble nor overbearing. A trace of jealousy and hatred flashed within Huoxin's eyes when he saw Lu Qiu taking the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Even if it was him, an outer court disciple that had already entered the Seven-Star Sword sect for 2 years, Lu Qiu had never spoken to him so kindly. "I noticed that you seemed to be staring blankly at the chain bridge earlier. What are you thinking about?" Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and he rubbed the goatee on his chin as he asked curiously. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto the chain bridge when he heard this, and he lightly smiled. "Actually, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just thinking that this chain bridge is at least 300 to 400 meters long, and it ought to have been personally done by a group of void prying stage experts or above. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to complete such a project." "Fat." Lu Qiu hadn't spoken when Huoxin couldn't refrain from sneering. "Our Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 chain bridges are famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who doesn't know that our Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 chain bridges were completed by a void prying stage expert?" The others looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and their gazes were more or less slightly strange. Duan Lingtian didn't mind, and he only shook his head and smiled. Only Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, "You didn't know of our Seven-Star Sword sect's chain bridges in the past?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Elder Lu, I'm not a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I'm only a person from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Before today, I've never heard of the Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 ingenious chain bridges. If it's really like this, then your observation ability is rather strong." Lu Qiu nodded, yet tempestuous waves arose within his heart. This violet-clothed young man that wasn't even 20 years old was actually a person from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Since when was such a genius martial artist able to appear in a mere tiny kingdom? So it turns out to be a country bumpkin from a tiny place. The corners of Huoxin's mouth curled into a trace of a cold smile, and he felt even more disdain in his heart. As far as he was concerned, what ability could a person from a tiny kingdom have? Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Huoxin's disdainful gaze, but he still maintained a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't notice it. Huoxin was even more unbridled when he saw this. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was like this because he was afraid of him. Meanwhile, the group of people had walked past the chain bridge and arrived at Megrez Peak. After walking out of the chain bridge, what entered their eyes was a spacious stone platform, and on the stone platform stood a building. After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the place where the Megrez Peak disciples usually purchased and exchanged medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Here, one could spend money to purchase medicinal pills and spirit weapons, and one could also use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. In the northern area of the Seven-Star Sword sect, there was a vast and boundless primeval forest, and there were numerous mineral reserves and medicinal materials within it that were inexhaustible. If the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples weren't people of great wealth, they would enter the primeval forest to search for materials to exchange for medicinal pills to cultivate and spirit weapons to increase their strength. Of course, there were extremely ferocious fierce beasts within this primeval forest. Supposedly, there were even many demon beasts in the depths of the primeval forest. So, this Primeval Forest had become the place where many Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples usually went to temper themselves. All of you can use the Megrez Peak Disciple token in your possession to receive your Outer Court Disciple attire. After you've received your attire, all of you can find a place to stay on Megrez Peak as your place of cultivation. All of you can seize the place of cultivation that others occupy, but you're not allowed to kill. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu's gaze became fierce. We can even seize the place of cultivation of others. Many Outer Court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect were stunned. Looks like the Seven-Star Sword Sect has tacitly approved of the competition between sect disciples. Chapter 262. After warning the group of Outer Court disciples that had just entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect, Lu Qiu turned around and left. Duan Lingtian followed the group of Outer Court disciples to collect a few sets of Outer Court disciple attire. After collecting his attire, Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and was slightly surprised. Huixin has left. He originally thought that now that Elder Lu Qiu had left, with Huixin's hostility towards him all along the way, Huixin ought to have made a move against him, but now, Huixin's whereabouts were unknown. Could it be that he noticed something? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious in his heart, and his first thought was that Huixin had noticed that he wasn't simple. But, would Huixin have such discerning ability? Duan Lingtian was extremely doubtful in his heart. Perhaps he suddenly encountered some urgent matter. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. However, since Huixin wasn't here, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and prepared to look for his future residence and place of cultivation on Megrez Peak. He could imagine that some of the good places on Megrez Peak had surely already been occupied by others. So, if he wanted to find a place with a good environment, then he must use force to seize it from the hands of others. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't feel disgusted by. Cloud Continent was a world where the strong were respected, and it was a world of natural selection. The pressing matter at hand is to first find a good place. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that no matter how much he thought about it now, it was useless. He must first find a good target before taking action. Hiss hiss tilde. Right at this moment, a wave of sounds sounded out from within Duan Lingtian's sleeve. It was the two little pythons that had awoken from their dreams. After walking into a remote place on Megrez Peak, Duan Lingtian let the two little fellows out, in the next moment. His pupils couldn't help but constrict when he glanced at the two little fellows. Hiss hiss tilde. The two little pythons shook their heads and wagged their tails at Duan Lingtian, and their gold and silver eyes flickered with a sheen of complacency. You two brats actually made a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He remembered very clearly that when they left Black Bamboo City early this morning, these two little fellows were only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. But just now, his sharp spiritual power realized that the two little pythons had broken through. He had broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Seeing Duan Lingtian's surprise, a trace of pride flashed through the eyes of the two little pythons. They wagged their tails and opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth that flickered with a cold luster, as if they were communicating with Duan Lingtian. You want to settle the score with Little Gold? Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the meaning of the two little guys and asked with uncertainty. The two little guys nodded like humans. Their movements were identical, as if they had rehearsed it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh, as he never imagined that he would really understand the meaning expressed by the two little fellows. Little Black, Little White. You two might be unable to settle the score with Little Gold for now. The two little fellows became restless when they heard this, and they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed out, as if they were searching for something in the surroundings. In the end, they returned to Duan Lingtian's hand in disappointment, and their eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, seeming to be asking something. Little Gold is with Kerr now, and Kerr isn't by my side. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head, then consoled with a light voice. All right, I'll bring you two to look for her when I'm free. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian withdrew the two little fellows that had unwilling expressions into his sleeve. He was slightly helpless towards the two little fellows holding a grudge, and at the same time, he silently mourned for the little gold mouse in his heart. Unless the little gold mouse broke through as well, otherwise, It was impossible for her to be a match for the joint forces of Little Black and Little White. Maigret's Peak is so large, I wonder where the best place to cultivate is. Duan Lingtian walked up for a while, and all along the way, he saw many sunken canyons on the mountainside, but he wasn't too interested in these canyons. There was practically no light within these canyons, and it could be said that it was completely dark within. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian noticed that he'd arrived at the peak of Maigret's Peak. There weren't any handrails on the peak, and the slightest carelessness might cause one to fall into the bottomless abyss, falling to the point that not even one's bones remained. As he stood at the peak, what entered his eyes was a boundless expanse, and his line of sight was completely obstructed. Looks like finding a suitable place to cultivate isn't an easy matter. So cold. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the cold wind that assaulted his face, causing his body to be slightly cold, and he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Let's go down and take a look. The place that chain bridge leads to is already close to the peak of this peak. There are surely even more choices down there. Duan Lingtian walked up all along the way, and he only saw those few canyons. Although people could live in them, there was no one within them. Obviously, those few canyons were places that everyone disliked. Right when Duan Lingtian was about to head down. Swish, swish. His sleeve swelled up, and 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out. Little Black, Little White, what are you two doing? Duan Lingtian noticed that the 2 little pythons were actually standing at the side of the peak, and so long as he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would directly fall down. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's face completely went pale. Hiss tilde unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of their current dangerous situation, and instead turned around and flicked their tongues at Duan Lingtian. 2 mischievous little fellows. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless. He walked over, and with a slap, he caught the 2 little pythons in his hands. Little Black, Little White, stop fooling around, let's hurry down. Aren't you too afraid of being smashed to pieces by the fall? After saying this, Duan Lingtian glared at the 2 little fellows. Hiss tilde unexpectedly, the 2 little fellows became restless again, and directly broke free from Duan Lingtian's hands, and returned to the side of the cliff. They nodded at Duan Lingtian, and their tails slapped the side of the cliff twice, as if to express something to Duan Lingtian. What are you trying to tell me? Duan Lingtian frowned, looked at the little pythons, and then slightly poked his head out to look at the cliff, but in the end, he didn't discover anything. The side of the cliff was incomparably steep, and one could imagine that if one fell from here, one would definitely be smashed to pieces, and even if a deity descended to the mortal world, it would be powerless to save one. Hiss tilde in next to no time, a scene that Duan Lingtian never expected appeared. The 2 little pythons actually slid down along the cliff, and vanished before his eyes. Little Black, Little White. Duan Lingtian's face went pale, and he held onto the side of the cliff as he poked half of his body out. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of clouds and mist, and where were the traces of the 2 little pythons? Little Black, Little White. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. During these past few years, he'd long since taken the 2 little pythons to be his family, and utterly didn't take them to be purely ferocious beasts. Now, they fell off the cliff just like that. A trace of sorrow appeared within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Boundless regret arose within his heart. He shouldn't have come to the peak of Maigret's Peak. Now, the 2 little fellows are gone just like that. Hiss tilde. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He vaguely felt as if he'd heard some sound, and it seemed to be the sound of the little pythons flicking their tongues. But, when he lowered his head to look, he instead noticed that what entered his eyes was still an expanse of clouds and mist, and there was utterly no trace of the little pythons. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? A trace of suspicion arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and the more he thought, the more he was sure. Hiss tilde but, isn't this hallucination too strange? Is it not done yet? Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the clouds and mist that entered his eyes disperse, and the figures of the 2 little pythons appeared before his eyes. It was precisely Little Black that swung its tail twice, and dispersed the clouds and mist. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that at the side of the precipitous cliff, there was actually a crooked tree that grew out horizontally from the cliff. It was strange that this crooked tree, which grew on the side of the cliff in the middle of nowhere, was lush and full of vitality. Its thick branches were inserted into the side of the cliff, and it was as stable as Mount Tai. Soon, the clouds and mist drifted over again, and once again blocked Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This time, the two little pythons went berserk together, swinging their tails and completely dispersing the clouds and mist that blocked Duan Lingtian's line of sight. The crooked tree once again appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not only that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two little pythons were motioning for him to go down as well. "You two little guys. I'll trust you this time, but don't kill me." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stared at the crooked tree, exerted force on his feet, and flew down, standing firmly on the branch of the crooked tree. It had to be said that this crooked tree was very sturdy. Duan Lingtian was 1.8 meters tall, and his body weighed more than 150 kilograms, but the tree trunk showed no signs of shaking at all. "Little black, little white, did you find anything?" Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons with a puzzled expression. Now, he also realized that the two little pythons were not impulsive or suicidal, but had discovered something. Hiss, hiss tilde tilde. Little black nodded at Duan Lingtian, and its golden eyes stared at the cliff in front of it. Little white silver eyes were now also staring at the cliff in front of it. "Is there a problem here?" Duan Lingtian stepped on the trunk of the crooked tree, slowly walked forward, and touched the cliff with a puzzled expression. Swoosh! A bolt of black lightning flashed past. It was the little black snake that had crashed into the cliff. Little black. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. Little black crashed into the cliff at such a fast speed. Even if it could make a hole in the cliff, it would definitely be bounced down the bottomless abyss by the rebound force, and it would definitely die. However, in the next moment, the panic on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared, and it was replaced by astonishment. This was because Blackie's body had disappeared after it entered the cliff. There was a small hole in the cliff. Whoosh! At this time, Little White also moved. It also made a hole in the cliff and disappeared into the cliff. Hiss, hiss tilde tilde. Just when Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, the two little pythons made a small sound through the small hole that they drilled out of, and the sound of their tongues came into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Is there a different world inside?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he seriously looked at the cliff in front of him. Chapter 263. Duan Lingtian noticed that around the area where the crooked tree pierced into, the area within a radius of 2 to 3 meters revealed traces of moisture, which was different from the cliffs in other places. Moreover, the color of the cliffs in this area was also slightly darker than the cliffs in other places. If one didn't carefully observe, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Hiss hiss tilde tilde. The little python's voice came from behind the cliff, passing through the two small holes they pierced, and seemed to be urging Duan Lingtian to quickly enter. "You two little fellows wouldn't be thinking of making me follow you and crash in, right?" A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He lowered his head and glanced at the bottomless abyss under the crooked tree, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud bang sounded out, and the sound of collision came from the inside of the cliff. The sound of collision was heavy and powerful. Duan Lingtian knew that this commotion was surely caused by the two little fellows. Just when he was curious about what the two little fellows wanted to do, he instead noticed that the cliff in front of him actually cracked open, and numerous cracks spread out and extended. In the blink of an eye, these cracks seemed to have transformed into a spiderweb, enveloping half of the cliff. Could it be? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up, and at the same time he shouted in a low voice, "Blackie, Whitey, move aside." Hiss hiss tilde tilde. The sound of the two little fellows flicking their tongues grew further and further away. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his right hand formed into a fist, and his fist was suffused with origin energy. Above his head, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, floating in the air, ready to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian moved. His right arm abruptly pulled back, as if it was pulled into half a bow. In the next moment, a perfectly straight punch seemed to have transformed into a cannonball, fiercely smashing towards the cliff in front of him. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion sounded out. The cliff that already had countless cracks was smashed into pieces by Duan Lingtian's punch. Rocks and stone fragments swirled in the air as they fell into the bottomless abyss, and not even the slightest sound of landing could be heard. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the scene behind the cliff. However, the shaking beneath his feet caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change greatly, and his heartbeat quickened. At this moment, he was truly worried that he would fall into the bottomless abyss along with the crooked tree. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the swaying crooked tree calmed down and persevered. "He's really playing with my heart. I almost had a heart attack." A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. However, when his gaze returned to the space behind the shattered cliff once more, he seemed to have forgotten the fear he felt just now, and his face was filled with excitement. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian exerted a little force with his feet, and as if he had turned into a spirit snake, he swept into the space behind the cliff. Behind the cliff, there was indeed another world. It was a naturally formed cave passageway. If the two little pythons hadn't found this cave, even the Emperor Wu of Samsara at his peak wouldn't have been able to find it, let alone him. Ferocious beasts, in some aspects, were hard for humans to reach. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons turned into lightning and returned to Duan Lingtian's hands. They nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then wagged their tails and pointed inside the cave. "You want me to go in and have a look?" Duan Lingtian looked at the two little guys and smiled slightly. The two little guys hurriedly nodded like humans. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, slightly relaxed his tense nerves, and stepped into the cave passageway. Even if the little pythons hadn't reminded him, he would have gone deep into the cave. This place was very strange, and revealed mysteries everywhere, which made Duan Lingtian have a desire to explore it. This cave passageway was winding and winding. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered, he found that there was only darkness in front of him. However, this was not a problem. As Duan Lingtian ignited a wisp of elixir fire in his hands, the entire cave passageway suddenly became as bright as day, so that he could continue to move forward slowly. Hiss hiss tilde tilde suddenly, the two little pythons coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands seemed to have sensed something, and became abnormally agitated. Duan Lingtian took a few more steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the two little pythons turned into two streaks of lightning, one black and one white, and darted forward. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate, and moved his body to follow. Spirit Serpent Body Technique. At the corner in front, Duan Lingtian discovered that the two little pythons had stopped. A pair of golden and a pair of silver eyes stared blankly into the distance. Duan Lingtian also looked over curiously. That is, Duan Lingtian saw that the end of the cave passageway in front of him was actually flickering with traces of gentle white light. Not only that, standing here, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel the rhythm of the elemental energy in his body. The elemental energy in his dantian seemed to have begun to boil. "What is that place?" Duan Lingtian had an astonished expression, then extinguished the pill fire in his hand. At this place, there was already no need for the illumination of flames. Duan Lingtian brought along the two little pythons and walked step by step towards the end of the cave passageway. That place belonged to the center of the belly of Megrez Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian left the cave passageway and stepped into a space that was bright as day. Here, the air was slightly gloomy and cold, and when Duan Lingtian had just entered, he couldn't help but shiver. But, when he carefully sized up this place, he was completely dumbstruck. This space that was bright as day was around the size of an ordinary room. There was a natural pool in front of him, and within the pool was a pool of milky white liquid, drip. A clear sound entered his ears, and Duan Lingtian clearly saw a drop of milky white liquid fall into the pool, causing circles of ripples to spread out. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head and looked above him. A large expanse of stalactites appeared before his eyes. This stalactite, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and after a long while, he came to a sudden realization, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. This This is 10,000-year stalactite, 10,000-year stalactite. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stalactite formed after 100 years could be used as medicine, but the effect was minimal. Stalactite formed after 1,000 years had extremely high effects, and could nourish elemental energy. To a certain extent, it could slightly increase one's martial talent. However, stalactite formed after 1,000 years was the best of the best. Once a 10,000-year stalactite was formed, its medicinal effect was even greater than a 1,000-year stalactite. 10,000-year stalactite, even Samsara Emperor Wu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, had only encountered it once in his second lifetime. And it was precisely because of that one fortuitous encounter that allowed his martial talent to rise to an extremely monstrous level in his second lifetime, and the time he took to cultivate to the level of Emperor Wu was shortened by an entire half compared to his first lifetime. What did this mean? 10,000-year stalactite was able to increase one's natural talent in the martial Tao to a level that could be called monstrous. I'm rich, I'm rich. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. Never had he imagined that his luck would be so good. He'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and had only just arrived at Megre's Peak, yet he'd already encountered this 10,000-year stalactite that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Moreover, that pool of 10,000-year stalactites' milk at least had, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he subconsciously looked towards the pool of milk in the pool. This glance caused his eyes to be on the verge of splitting apart. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his voice was filled with an ear-piercing roar, and he was slightly exasperated. Heavens! What did I see? The 2 little pythons were currently greedily sucking on the 10,000-year stalactite's milk, and in next to no time, half of the large pool of milk was eaten by them, an entire half. At the instant that Duan Lingtian looked over, the 2 little pythons had already flipped over in satisfaction, and they fell asleep while holding onto their bulging bellies. On their bodies, gold markings and silver markings flickered with a faint brilliance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he wished for nothing more than to dig out the 10,000-year stalactite's milk within the bellies of these 2 little fellows. So much 10,000-year stalactite's milk was swallowed by them in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian walked over and took out over 10 unused medicinal pill bottles, then he put the remaining 10,000-year stalactite's milk into them. After he swept everything clean, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the 10,000-year stalactite's milk above him. But he noticed that the 10,000-year stalactite's milk hadn't dripped down for a long time. According to this speed, this 10,000-year stalactite's milk will probably only drip down a single drop every few months, Duan Lingtian guessed. These 2 little fellows swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk, and it can be considered to be a great fortune. I wonder what they'll become in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 2 little pythons that had fallen asleep while holding onto their bellies, and he thought in his heart and was filled with curiosity. The 2 little pythons were both mutated fierce beasts, and their natural talent was extraordinary, not inferior to the little gold mouse that was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Now, they'd swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite's milk that could improve their natural talent, and they would surely be even more heaven-defying in the future. Although this place is cold, the spirit energy is oppressive. It's a good place to cultivate. Duan Lingtian found a stone platform at the side of the cave and sat on it. His eyes narrowed as he circulated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques WM Python form. Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the origin energy within his dantian started to boil along with this place, and when he cultivated, his advancement was incomparably swift. Even the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dub Peak, the place with the most abundant spirit energy, might not be able to compare to this place. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I never imagined that there's actually such a place on the 7-star sword sect's Megre's Peak. This stalactite cave has already been formed for 10,000 years, and is even older than the history of the 7-star sword sect. The members of the 7-star sword sect obviously didn't notice this place, otherwise, the 10,000-year stalactite's milk would have been completely plundered long ago. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage had completely stabilized. I originally thought that I would need to spend at least 3 to 5 days to stabilize my cultivation, but I never imagined that it would be done in a single meditative cultivation within this 10,000-year stalactite cave. Chapter 264. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely shocked. If this place was discovered by the members of the 7-star sword sect, it would very likely be directly taken as a holy land. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he thought up to this point. The 7-star sword sect had been established here for a few thousand years, yet they didn't notice the abnormality of Maigret's peak. Now, it was his turn. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a pill bottle that was filled with the 10,000-year stalactite milk. He opened the bottle cap and directly drank it in one gulp. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a warm current fuse into his body, fuse into his fleshly body, vital energy, blood, bones. It practically covered every corner of his entire body. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his body was comfortably warm, and the gloomy coldness of the stalactite cave didn't cause him to feel uncomfortable any longer. Continue. Duan Lingtian withdrew another pill bottle and swallowed the 10,000-year stalactite milk within. This time, the warm current converged from the 10,000-year stalactite milk once again covered Duan Lingtian's entire body. At the same time that the warmth on his body was even stronger, Duan Lingtian felt as if the pores on his entire body had opened up, and he felt indescribably carefree. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of foul air. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt his body was sticky, and when he lowered his head to look, he noticed that the impurities in his body had been discharged quite a bit, marrow cleansing. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone. He knew that his body had already been completely changed by the 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk. His current body could be considered to be the most suitable and perfect body for cultivation. My current body has already arrived at the limit of top natural talent. Duan Lingtian's body flickered with origin energy, and after removing all the impurities, he stretched his hands and feet and felt refreshed. So long as a certain amount of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was consumed, it would be able to completely change a person's physique and be reborn. The 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk allowed the Duan Lingtian to undergo a perfect rebirth. Even in the entire Cloud Continent, no one could surpass his current natural talent in the martial Dao. Of course, the Cloud Continent was so vast that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine it. Or perhaps in some corner of the Cloud Continent, there was someone that had a fortuitous encounter similar to Duan Lingtian and had also encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Even so, it was impossible for the other party's talent to surpass Duan Lingtian's. At most, it was on par with Duan Lingtian's. Soon, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because he discovered that his hands were no longer the bronze color of the sun. Instead, they had become white with a tinge of red. Duan Lingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. His skin was so tender that it was even better than Kerr's and little Fei Er's. My face. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch his face. In next to no time, his face completely collapsed. He noticed that his face was now smooth like jade and could be broken with a flick of a finger. The thing he didn't want to happen the most had still happened. Now, he could already be considered to be a true pretty boy. I almost forgot, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, at the same time that the meridians and marrow are cleansed and reborn, the skin on the body will also return to the tender state of an infant. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. How would he go out and face others in the future? Although he was vexed, Duan Lingtian knew that what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't think any further and returned his attention to the 10,000-year stalactite milk he'd collected. The 2 little fellows have eaten half of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. I've collected the remaining half into 18 pill bottles. I've consumed 2 bottles, so there's still 16 bottles left. 16 bottles, 4 bottles must be given to Kerr and little Fei, and I'll leave 2 bottles for Mother. As for that little gold, she'll probably need at least 8 or 9 bottles. In this way, It's more or less used up. Duan Lingtian sighed. There were too many monks and too little meat. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WOM Python form. Now that he cultivated, his advancement was an entire 2 times faster than before, and the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk were completely displayed. After a long time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes when he felt hungry. After withdrawing a suckling pig from a spatial ring and roasting it, Duan Lingtian burped. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 little pythons and knew that they wouldn't wake up in a short period of time, so he didn't disturb them. After changing into the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples' attire, Duan Lingtian walked out of the stalactite cave and once again arrived at the exit of the cliff. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the exit of the cliff. He noticed that the crooked tree at the exit of the cliff was precisely because of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and it had absorbed the nutrients that originated from the 10,000-year stalactite milk to survive. Moreover, it was far more tenacious than ordinary trees. After carefully inspecting the roots of the crooked tree and confirming that it wouldn't easily fall off the cliff, Duan Lingtian walked out of the cave at the side of the cliff and once again stepped onto the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, and what entered his eyes was an expanse of clouds and mist. Although there was a cave at the side of the cliff, he could imagine that unless a void stage expert intentionally approached it, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to notice the existence of this cave. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that someone would be able to find this place. However, Duan Lingtian still stayed on the crooked tree for a while, and only when his acute spiritual force didn't notice anyone on the peak of Megre's Peak did he leap up and borrow the strength of the crooked tree to return to the peak of the mountain. I ought to have cultivated for an entire day and night. It's already the 2nd day now. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky, and noticed that the scorching sun was high up in the sky, and it was precisely noon now. He still remembered that when he arrived at the peak of Megre's Peak yesterday, it was already past noon. I'll go look for Kerr and little Faye. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a warm smile. Although he hadn't seen the 2 little girls for a day, he still missed them in his heart. Duan Lingtian left the peak of Megre's Peak. All the way down to arrive near the chain bridge, Duan Lingtian saw the other Megre's Peak outer court disciples. Under the numerous astounded gazes, Duan Lingtian walked onto the chain bridge. As expected, waves of boos sounded out behind him. That kid's skin is simply whiter and more tender than a woman's. Where did this pretty boy come from? A pretty boy like this is able to pass our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test and become an outer court disciple of our Megre's Peak? Could it be that our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test is relaxed now? Duan Lingtian's body slightly stiffened when he heard the waves of discussion that sounded out from behind him. Sure enough, it was as he'd thought. His skin after being reborn was sufficient to draw strange gazes from others. All along the way, similar gazes and similar discussions caused Duan Lingtian to be almost numb. Finally, Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the stone platform of the main peak, Dub Peak. The stone platforms of Dub Peak that led to the other 6 peaks were all at the same height. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian went around to another stone platform. But, he was quickly bewildered. He seemed to not know which stone platform led to the Alcade Peak. Finally, Duan Lingtian locked onto an outer court disciple that was passing by. Senior brother, do you know which stone platform the chain bridge that leads to Alcade Peak is at? Duan Lingtian stopped the outer court disciple and lightly smiled as he asked. This outer court disciple was a young man around the age of 23 or 24, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he'd never seen a man with such good skin. Senior brother, do you know? Duan Lingtian frowned. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Finally, the outer court disciple reacted and pointed behind him. If you continue forward, the 2nd stone platform leads to Alcade Peak, right when Duan Lingtian was about to thank the outer court disciple. The outer court disciple continued. But, junior brother, Alcade Peak only accepts female disciples. Although your skin is very, very good, you're still a man after all. However, you are a man after all, so Alcade Peak will not accept you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and his face darkened. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother, but I've never thought of joining Alcade Peak. I'm only going to look for someone. Ah. The outer court disciple laughed awkwardly when he heard this. Sorry, junior brother, I misunderstood you, I thought. But, the outer court disciple hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that Duan Lingtian had already walked off into the distance. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, then muttered to himself. This junior brother's skin is white with a tinge of red, it's simply even more delicate than a woman's skin. If I can touch it, perhaps it would be even more comfortable than touching a woman. Duan Lingtian hadn't walked far when the outer court disciple's muttering sounded out by his ears. His body paused for a moment as he felt a wave of disgust, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more frequently. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his desire to turn around and beat up this outer court disciple, then walked towards the stone platform that led to Alcade Peak. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak. On the chain bridge that led to Megrez Peak, two figures walked side by side, and their target was Megrez Peak. Huoxin, you should have directly taught him a lesson yesterday. These were two outer court disciples, and one of the young men said to the person beside him. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize the person that spoke. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that had a conflict with him in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City a few days ago. The 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that walked together with Huoxin. Yesterday, I wanted to go look for you and Senior Brother Fan and tell you about this matter. After all, Senior Brother Fan wished for nothing more than to skin that kid alive. But who would have thought that Senior Brother Fan actually went on a long journey at the last moment? Huoxin shook his head and slowly said, if I knew earlier that Senior Brother Fan had left, I would have made that kid lose a layer of skin yesterday. As he finished speaking, Huoxin's eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. All right, the important matter at hand is to find that kid. Megrez Peak isn't big, but it isn't small either. If he has the intention to hide, then we're utterly unable to find him. A strand of fierce light flashed within the eyes of the other outer court disciple. Chapter 265. Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, and many female disciples walked towards him, and their gazes descended onto him. Moreover, he noticed that most of these gazes were filled with jealousy. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He really wanted to directly tell these female disciples, I'm a man, what do all of you have to be jealous of? Finally, Duan Lingtian endured extremely great pressure and arrived at the Alcade Peak stone platform. Behind the Alcade Peak stone platform was a vast building as well. This was exactly the same as Megrez Peak. I presume the other 4 peaks ought to be similar as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. This is a male disciple, right? The heavens are blind. To allow a man to possess such good skin, how good would it be if his skin was on my body? Smooth like jade and can be broken with a flick of the finger. The skin that we women yearn for even in our dreams. Waves of discussions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused him to be unable to help but flee and directly enter Alcade Peak. As the saying goes, women are like tigers, and he could be considered to have completely experienced it today. But, after entering Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Only now did he recall that Alcade Peak was so huge, and him going to look for Kerr and little Faye like this was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. Enduring the gazes of admiration and jealousy from the Alcade Peak female disciples all along the way, Duan Lingtian could only ask along the way. Senior sister, do you know where the outer court female disciples that had just arrived at Alcade Peak yesterday are staying? Senior sister, have you seen 2 female disciples that are together? The new disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday and were brought to Alcade Peak by Elder Bai. Senior sister, you, Duan Lingtian asked all along the way, but didn't have any clues, and a bitter smile instantly appeared on his face. Those 2 junior sisters are really beautiful, no one in our Alcade Peak can compare to them. Not only our Alcade Peak, even in the entire 7-star sword sect, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a third woman that can compare to them in terms of appearance. However, Shi Yang doesn't seem to like them very much. She even asked them to move away. That Shi Yang is really something. Her 2 junior sisters don't even live in her canyon. They only live in the canyon next door. She actually wants to drive them away. It's not like you don't know that Shi Yang is famous for being jealous, and she always says that female disciples who are good-looking are seductresses or something like that. According to me, it's she who's ugly and mentally warped, and she can't bear to see others doing well. If it wasn't for her brother being the #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, she would have been taught a lesson countless times long ago. 2 beautiful women were discussing as they walked towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the 2 girls' words. There was a clue. Senior sisters. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and greeted the 2 women with a smile. Ah! The 2 women were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian, and their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Duan Lingtian's skin that was smooth like jade and seemed like it would break with a flick of a finger. Junior brother, how do you usually take care of yourself? Can you teach senior sister? Yeah, junior brother, aren't you taking care of yourself too well? The 2 women were attracted by Duan Lingtian's fair and tender skin that was tinged with rosy, and they asked in a familiar manner. They'd completely forgotten that it was the first time they'd seen Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face slightly stiffened, and he said embarrassedly, "Senior sisters, I was born this way. Actually, I didn't want to." The 2 women rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother, you have such good skin, we can't even be envious of it. Why do you seem to have an unwilling expression? Exactly, junior brother, you're too stimulating for us. What the 2 women said caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. He was a man. Why would a man want skin that was as smooth as jade and could be broken with a flick of a finger? Senior sisters. Duan Lingtian didn't give the 2 women a chance to speak again, and hurriedly asked, the 2 new female disciples that you mentioned just now, do you know where they live? One of the women sized up Duan Lingtian. Junior brother, although you're not bad looking, those 2 junior sisters are outstanding beauties. They might not take a fancy to you. Yeah, junior brother, those kinds of beauties have high standards but low abilities. They might not pay attention to you. The other woman also said. Senior sisters, I know them. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to find the 2 little girls, he wouldn't be bothered to waste time here with these 2 female disciples. Why didn't you say so earlier? One of the female disciples shook her head, and then turned her head to look behind her. Keep walking down this mountain path, and turn right twice. You'll see a green stone tablet standing outside a canyon. Beside that canyon, there's a small canyon. The 2 junior sisters that you're looking for live inside. Why didn't you say so earlier? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard this female disciple. Have you ever given me a chance? However, even though Duan Lingtian thought like this in his heart, he still thanked her, and searched all the way according to what the female disciple said. Finally, he saw the green stone tablet that the female disciple spoke of. This green stone tablet just happened to be standing outside a canyon, and there were 3 words carved on it. When he looked carefully, the words "belongs to Shi Yang" were carved on it. Shi Yang. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Only now did he recall that this Shi Yang was precisely the Alcade Peak female disciple that the 2 women mentioned in their conversation earlier. Moreover, that Shi Yang seemed to have bullied the 2 little girls of his family. Duan Lingtian coldly swept the canyon that Shi Yang lived in with his gaze. He took 2 steps forward and saw a small canyon that was overgrown with weeds. He knew that this ought to be the residence of the 2 little girls. Compared to the canyon that Shi Yang lived in, this place simply didn't seem like a place for people to live in. When he thought of how he would be able to see the 2 little girls soon, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile, and he walked out in large strides into the canyon. However, he'd only just walked into the canyon when Duan Lingtian heard a wave of sharp voice that was like the cry of a crow. You 2 seductresses, didn't I tell the 2 of you to scram out of this canyon yesterday? The sharp voice was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, even he felt that he might have walked into the wrong place. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. However, at this moment, the smile on his face completely froze. Senior Sister Shi Yang, this canyon of ours is separated from your canyon, and we don't interfere with each other. We've just arrived here, and it wasn't easy for us to find a residence like this. Can you not make things difficult for us? A voice that was like a silver bell sounded. It was Ker's voice. Duan Lingtian could hear that Ker's voice was mixed with a sense of grievance. It made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. Usually, he doted on and loved Ker. He held her in the palm of his hand, afraid that she would fall away, afraid that she would melt in his mouth. Now, there was actually someone who dared to make Ker feel wronged. Duan Lingtian's face was covered with a layer of cold frost, and his eyes flickered with a sharp light. He stood there as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that was about to devour people. Don't interfere with each other. The sharp voice that was like a crow's voice sounded again, and it was mixed with a sneer. Seductress, let me tell you, even if you live here, you won't be able to disturb me. As long as I don't want you to live here, you can't live here. The owner of the sharp voice spoke in a domineering tone. Why? Another voice that was as pleasant as an oriole's sounded, and it was mixed with a sense of anger. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was Li Fei's voice. Li Fei was obviously enraged. Why? The sharp voice that was like a crow's sounded, and it was mixed with a sense of disdain. Since you asked why, then I'll tell you why. It's because I'm Shi Yang. You're so overbearing. Ker's voice was slightly anxious, but she didn't know how to refute the other party. That's right, I, Shi Yang, am overbearing, but so what? Who asked you two seductresses to be so loathsome? One look and I know that you're seductresses that seduce men. I, Shi Yang, hate people like you the most in my life. The sharp voice that was like a crow's sounded again, and it was mixed with a trace of jealousy. You want to drive us away just because of this? The anger that was mixed with Li Fei's voice was somewhat difficult to restrain. Exactly, it's because of this that I don't like the two of you and want to drive you away. Let me tell you, even if the two of you leave this place and change to another place. If there's a day when I'm in a bad mood, I might even drive the two of you away from that place. Seeing seductresses like the two of you makes me feel disgusted. Shi Yang's sharp voice that was like a crow's was filled with extreme jealousy, and when it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to restrain himself any longer. His rage skyrocketed. I think, it's you who's the most disgusting. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique. It was as if he transformed into a spirit serpent, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed into the gorge. Presently, within the gorge, there was a woman with crooked features that let down the audience. She was arrogantly looking at two beautiful women that were as beautiful as flowers. Of the two beautiful women, the face of the woman that had a devilish figure and an angelic face was flushed red, and her autumn eyes contained anger that was difficult to restrain. The other woman, who looked delicate and pitiful, had a trace of anger on her face. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance became the center of attention for a moment. Who are you? Shi Yang turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. Her triangular eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as she asked in a sharp voice. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to Shi Yang. He completely treated Shi Yang as air, and walked towards the other two women in large strides. Scoundrel? Young master? When Li Fei and Ker saw the current Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but be stunned. Traces of astonishment appeared on their beautiful faces. Although Duan Lingtian was still Duan Lingtian, and his appearance hadn't changed at all. However, the skin on Duan Lingtian's face and the skin on his hands that were exposed was spotlessly white like jade. There was a tinge of red within the white, and there wasn't the slightest difference from the skin of a baby. This caused Li Fei and Ker to be slightly stupefied. How did their man become like this? It had to be said that at this moment, even they couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy in their hearts. Chapter 266. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he naturally noticed the surprised gazes of the two little girls. What? You don't recognize me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, and his tone contained a sense of helplessness. He didn't want it to be like this as well. Only now did Li Fei and Ker recover from their shock, and they walked over to Duan Lingtian in large strides. Scoundrel, how did you become like this? Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked with a curious expression. Yeah, young master, your skin is even fairer than mine and big sister Fei's. Ke spoke in all seriousness as well. Actually, amongst all the women Duan Lingtian had seen, only Princess Bai Yarrow and Xiaolan could compare to the skin of Li Fei and Ke. However, compared to his skin that had been reborn, it was still far inferior. After all, his skin was comparable to a baby now. After Duan Lingtian disregarded her, Shi Yang, who stood at the side, had an expression of disbelief. When did someone dare disregard her like this? Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian chatting happily with Li Fei and Ke, Shi Yang's features practically warped, and her sharp voice that was like a crow's had frightening coldness mixed within. Pretty boy, I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you? Shi Yang's voice forcefully interrupted the words Duan Lingtian was about to say to Li Fei and Ke, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but darken. But when his gaze touched Li Fei and Ke, it transformed into boundless gentleness. I forgot that there's a crow at the side disturbing us. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Li Fei and Ke before turning around to look at Shi Yang, and the gloominess on his face reappeared, and his eyes flickered with a frightening sheen. Crow. Hearing Duan Lingtian's description of Shi Yang, Li Fei and Ke were stunned. Then, they came back to their senses and burst into laughter. Their laughter was charming and charming. You dare to call me crow? Shi Yang was stunned as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disbelief. You just called me crow? Duan Lingtian frowned. Thinking of Shi Yang's threat to his two women, he didn't want to show any mercy to Shi Yang. Is there something wrong with your ears? However, your voice is like a crow's, but your looks are even worse than a crow's. His looks were even worse than a crow's. Shi Yang was completely dumbfounded. After a moment of absent-mindedness, her pair of triangular eyes flashed with a frightening luster. Boy, do you know who I am? She'd entered the Seven-Star Sword sect for 2 years, and it was the first time someone dared to speak to her like this. And it was right in front of her. Aren't you Shi Yang? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, and his gaze was incomparably calm. You know me. And you dare humiliate me? Shi Yang looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. Humiliate you? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Shi Yang, and after laughing, his face sank as he said coldly, I only said you're a crow, and that's humiliating you. You can't take it. Then why don't you think about what my woman was thinking when you humiliated her? Your women. Shi Yang's gaze descended onto the two women by Duan Lingtian's side. They're your women? Me. Duan Lingtian's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Shi Yang with a cold and indifferent expression, yet he didn't intend to answer her. In this way, you're one of the outer court disciples that entered the Seven-Star Sword sect with them yesterday? Shi Yang looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercingly cold light in her eyes as she spoke in a low voice. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian's voice was terrifyingly calm, and only those who were familiar with him would know that this was the calm before he went berserk. Ha 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 ha. Shi Yang started laughing loudly, and her distorted features seemed to be slightly ghastly and terrifying, and her pair of triangular eyes seemed to be telling of her warped heart. Young master. Ke timidly moved closer to Duan Lingtian, then extended her hand to hold onto Duan Lingtian's arm. Duan Lingtian patted the back of Ke's hand, then lightly smiled to her and gave her a reassuring gaze. A trace of a light smile appeared on Ke's nervous face when she saw this. Li Fei frowned and shuddered in her heart as she looked at Shi Yang, who was laughing heartily. Finally, Shi Yang stopped laughing, and her pair of triangular eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Kid, an outer court disciple that has just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect actually dares to be arrogant in front of me, Shi Yang. Although, I know that you want to show off in front of these two seductresses. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. Today, I, Shi Yang, will let you know who you can't afford to offend. Once you offend them, you'll have to pay a painful price for your entire life. Shi Yang took a step forward, her body emitted traces of coldness, and her cold triangular eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. I'm extremely curious, when this pretty boy's cultivation is crippled, will these two seductresses still be willing to accompany by your side? Ha 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 ha. As Shi Yang spoke, she started laughing loudly. It was as if she'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's cultivation being crippled by her, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead and deserted by everyone. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Now, he was finally able to understand what those two Alcade Peak female disciples said earlier. This Shi Yang was indeed prone to jealousy, and her mentality was warped, and she couldn't bear to see others being better than her. After living 2 lifetimes, it was still the first time he'd seen such a strange woman. It caused him to feel loathing from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Shi Yang's threat. You want to cripple my cultivation? I'm extremely curious, on what basis? On what basis? Shi Yang sneered, and her pair of eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. On the basis that I, Shi Yang, have a 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple as my older brother. Right, I forgot to tell you, once my older brother returns from his training outside this time, he'll be able to become an inner court disciple. I, Shi Yang, have a quasi-inner court disciple older brother. Even if I cripple your cultivation, so long as I don't kill you, the sect will surely take my older brother's face into consideration and exempt me from punishment. You're only an outer court disciple that has just entered the sect, and in front of me, your life is lowly like grass. A narrow sword appeared out of thin air in Shi Yang's hand, and origin energy flowed within it as it flickered with an icy cold sheen. Above her, 75 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he recognized Shi Yang's cultivation and the grade of the spirit weapon in her hand with a glance. My life is lowly like grass. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Yang with a slightly grim face, and his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. Do you really think that your life is so precious? It's surely more precious than your life. Shi Yang's voice was cold and indifferent, and her triangular eyes were suffused with an icy cold sheen as she leaned forward and instantly moved. Instantly, Shi Yang seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The narrow sword in her hand whistled out, blossoming with tens of sword images, causing one to be unable to distinguish the real sword images. The sword images that covered the sky whistled as they descended, enveloping down towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the weeds in the area where she and Duan Lingtian were at were swept by a shapeless strong wind, and danced about. The shapeless strong wind spread out, blowing the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Lingtian's face sank when faced with the sword images that covered the sky that Shi Yang executed. A cold light flashed within his eyes, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. This sword was precisely the possession of the Spectre Guard, Shui Yun. Shui Yun, the father of the former Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City Guard Army commander, Shui Lu. That day, for the sake of taking revenge for his son and grandson, he descended to the embroidered uniform guard's residence with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, in the end, he was still killed by the 2 half-step void stage old men by Duan Lingtian's side. This grade 7 spirit sword of his had fallen into Duan Lingtian's hands as well. Die! Shi Yang's sharp voice tore through the sky, and the sword images that covered the sky aimed towards Duan Lingtian's dantian as they whistled out, wanting to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian in one go. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Shi Yang was actually so ruthless. Duan Lingtian moved. His figure didn't move, but the hand that held the sword flashed out. Dazzling origin energy instantly skyrocketed and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword. At the same time, almost 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. 5th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Shi Yang's sharp voice sounded out once again, and mixed within was terror that arose from the bottom of her heart. Never had she imagined that an outer court disciple that looked to be around 20 years old, or even perhaps not even 20 years old, would actually have such a terrifying cultivation. She wanted to withdraw her hand and dodge, but it was too late. A trace of regret arose within her heart. You've been caught in a trap of your own making. Duan Lingtian sneered, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand whistled out, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls and a piercingly cold strong wind. Sword drawing arts. With only a single sword strike, Duan Lingtian found the location of Shi Yang's true sword strike from the sword images that covered the sky, and he moved to intercept it. Clang! The sound of collision sounded out. Duan Lingtian's strength of almost 90 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Shi Yang's strength of 75 ancient mammoths. Shi Yang's hand shook, the web between her thumb and index finger split open, dripping with fresh blood, and the narrow sword in her hand flew out. No! Shi Yang's pupils constricted when she saw Duan Lingtian's sword whistling towards her, and her voice contained terror mixed within. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the 3-foot-long blade finally avoided Shi Yang's body, flashing to the side. Shi Yang heaved a sigh of relief, and she gave Duan Lingtian a gaze that said, "At least you're sensible." But in the next moment, her face went pale once more, because she noticed that even though this outer court disciple swung away the sword that stabbed towards her, his leg swept over once more, and it carried along a terrifying force that flashed straight towards her dantian. At the same time that Duan Lingtian kicked out, his gaze was icy cold. Didn't this Shi Yang want to cripple my cultivation? Now, I'll let her have a taste of having her cultivation crippled. No. No. Chapter 267. Bang! Shi Yang's body flew out like an arrow that left the bow before fiercely crashing onto the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Shi Yang's voice that was sharp like a crow emitted an ear-piercing and unpleasant shrill cry. Subsequently, she struggled to stand up, and her triangular eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as they emitted dense sorrow and hatred. You crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. I won't let you off, I won't let you off. After she finished speaking, Shi Yang held her dantian, picked up her grade 7 spirit sword, and walked out of the gorge with large strides. Her facial features, which were already twisted together, were now completely twisted together. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Shi Yang's threat, and killing intent arose in his heart. As far as he was concerned, even if he killed Shi Yang now, so long as he destroyed the corpse and destroyed the evidence, there would absolutely be no one that would suspect him and the 2 little girls. This Shi Yang was a 4th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Whereas the 3 of them were outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday. In the eyes of others, it was impossible for the 3 of them to kill Shi Yang. But, right when Duan Lingtian took a step forward and intended to kill Shi Yang, Ker's hand that held onto his arm tightened slightly, and her pair of clear eyes that were like water looked at Duan Lingtian as she lightly shook her head. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and didn't make a move against Shi Yang in the end. Ker was still too kind. Shi Yang, your cultivation ground, I want it. Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Yang's figure as his cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and it was incomparably overbearing. Shi Yang's body stopped when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, and her triangular eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. You'll regret it. Shi Yang's voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, and it was filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, as he'd heard similar vicious words too many times and had long since become numb to it. Let's go to your new home. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands, took the 2 girls' hands, and walked out of the canyon. Creak, creak tilde, an abrupt voice sounded out as a fluffy little head stretched out from beneath Ker's sleeve, and it was precisely the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse looked at Ker, and her jade green eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure. Ker, did you offend Xiaojin? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. In his impression, Ker had always doted on the little gold mouse the most. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to anger the little gold mouse. Scoundrel, little sister Ker didn't offend little Jin. It's little Jin who doesn't like Shi Yang and wants to help little sister Ker vent her anger, but little sister Ker doesn't let it do anything, so it's unhappy. Li Fei lightly smiled as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he glanced at the little gold mouse as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Little Jin doesn't know how to control its strength. If it kills that Shi Yang, then it'll cause a great calamity. Ker stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy body as she spoke in a light voice. Ker, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian shook his head, yet didn't continue speaking. Because he knew that Ker's character was like this, and unless someone aroused killing intent towards her and the people by her side, she would only be ruthless. Otherwise, just like before, she wouldn't easily choose to kill someone. The scale in Ker's heart was different from his. To him, killing all threats in the cradle was the right path. However, since Kerr had stopped him earlier, he'd go with the flow and let Shiyang go. At any rate, as far as he was concerned, even if that Shiyang didn't die, she wouldn't be able to pose the slightest threat to him. After walking out of the gorge, Duan Lingtian once again saw the azure stone tablet. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he kicked out, and his origin energy exploded out. Bang! The stone tablet instantly shattered, transforming into a pile of shattered rocks. Duan Lingtian brought along the two little girls to walk into the gorge that originally belonged to Shiyang. Within the gorge, there was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, and besides that, there was a spacious wooden house. The environment here isn't bad. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a trace of a smile. That Shiyang isn't very good looking, yet she knows how to live her life. Li Fei and Ker's beautiful eyes lit up with a trace of an excited sheen when they saw the environment within the gorge. Scoundrel, you still haven't told us how you became like this. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian noticed that Kerr had looked over as well, and her beautiful eyes were bright as snow. Obviously, the two little girls were extremely interested in the changes he'd undergone. Do the two of you want to become like me? Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he asked the two little girls. Yes. Li Fei and Kerr practically spoke in unison, and their eyes flickered with flowing lights of anticipation as they stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse lay on Kerr's shoulder and stared at Duan Lingtian with great interest. Little gold, what are you joining in on the fun for? Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand before casually throwing it to the ground at the side. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse lay on the ground and cried out twice at Duan Lingtian with dissatisfaction, then it leaped up and descended within Kerr's sleeve before sticking out its cute little head to stare straight at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't continue playing with the little gold mouse. With a raise of his hand, 4 medicinal pill bottles appeared in his hand, and he passed them to the two little girls. Kerr, Little Fei, each of you have 2 bottles and drink the contents within. After you drink it, both of you will become like me. The contents of the 4 medicinal pill bottles was precisely the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Li Fei and Kerr had unconditional trust towards Duan Lingtian, and after they received the medicinal pill bottles, they directly removed the stopper and swallowed the milk within. Squeak squeak tilde when the 2 young girls opened the medicinal pill bottles, the little gold mouse's jade green eyes abruptly lit up and flickered with a dazzling sheen. When it saw the 2 young girls drinking all the milk, it shook its head, and its eyes seemed to emit a trace of disappointment. In next to no time, Li Fei and Kerr's beautiful eyes couldn't help but focus. I feel my body is burning up. Li Fei's eyes lit up and she was slightly surprised. Me too. Kerr nodded as well. In next to no time, the 2 young girls noticed that the pores on their bodies had opened up, and many impurities were discharged from their pores, emitting a wave of fishy smell. This caused them to be astounded, and after they recovered from their shock, they hurriedly circulated their origin energy to remove these impurities. Young master, what did you give us to drink? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression. She could feel that her body was slightly lighter than before, and her entire body was comfortable and indescribably comfortable. This, Li Fei instead stared blankly at her pair of slender hands that were smooth like jade and incomparably white like jade. Little sister Kerr, I'm not dreaming, right? Kerr withdrew her gaze from Duan Lingtian and moved it onto Li Fei, then she looked at Li Fei's face and stared with her eyes wide open. Big sister Fei, you're so beautiful. Li Fei's beautiful face was already beautiful like an angel, and now that she'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, her beauty had increased slightly, causing one to be unable to help but be immersed in it with a single glance and be unable to extricate themselves. Little sister Kerr, you've become even more beautiful as well. Li Fei's gaze was attracted by Kerr's beautiful face as well, as Kerr was just like her, as if she'd become a completely different person. In next to no time, the two young girls withdrew a mirror from their spatial rings, and when they saw their current appearances, delight suffused their faces. Everyone had the heart to love beauty. Not to mention the two young girls were already drop-dead gorgeous, and now that they'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, they were even more charming. A wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. These were his women. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse under Kerr's sleeve stuck its head out to stare at Duan Lingtian, and its jade-green eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. What? You want it as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and the corners of his mouth held a smile as he asked. The little gold mouse nodded like a human, and its jade-green eyes flashed with a trace of a fawning flowing light. When he saw the little gold mouse like this, Duan Lingtian didn't tease it any longer, and he withdrew a bottle of 10,000-year stalactite milk for the little gold mouse to drink. Unexpectedly, after the little gold mouse drank it instead looked at Duan Lingtian with a desire to continue. So long as you're obedient, I'll give you a bottle every once in a while. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse understood Duan Lingtian's words, and although it was slightly disappointed, it still cried out as it nodded, as if it was guaranteeing Duan Lingtian that it would surely be obedient. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was stingy, but he really didn't dare allow the little gold mouse to drink too much now. Otherwise, once the little gold mouse fell asleep like Little Black and Little White, he would be unable to continue protecting the two little girls. Duan Lingtian wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In his heart, the safety of the two little girls surpassed everything else. Although the two little girls had many offensive inscriptions he'd inscribed, those inscriptions had to be used in time to be effective, and if they were slightly late, then they would be doomed eternally. This caused him to be slightly worried. As far as he was concerned, it was safer to let the little gold mouse protect the two little girls. In next to no time, Li Fei and Kerr finally recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the same time. Scoundrel, what did you give us to drink? Li Fei couldn't refrain herself from asking. As far as she was concerned, what had happened today was truly too miraculous, and it was simply like a dream. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression as well. What the two of you drank is good stuff. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. But unfortunately, the two little girls had utterly never heard of 10,000-year stalactite milk, so their expressions were still calm and didn't change in the slightest. Squeak squeak tilde, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when it heard Duan Lingtian, and the gaze it shot at Duan Lingtian burned even hotter. Little gold, could it be that you know what that 10,000-year stalactite milk is? After Kerr noticed the little gold mouse's reaction, she asked curiously. Someone's coming. Before the little gold mouse could reply, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke out vigilantly, whereas, the little gold mouse leaped back into Kerr's sleeve. Duan Lingtian stood by the side of the two little girls as he gazed out of the gorge. A few figures walked in with large strides. Elder Bai, it's them. They joined forces to launch a sneak attack on me and crippled my Dantian. Chapter 268. When he heard this signature voice, Duan Lingtian didn't have to look to know who it was. Although he'd long since guessed that Shi Yang wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Shi Yang would return so quickly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the beautiful woman in the lead of the three people that walked in, as he recognized her with a single glance. It was precisely Elder Bai who'd led the group of new female disciples to Alcade Peak yesterday. Behind Elder Bai, Shi Yang had an exasperated expression, and her gaze of hatred converged onto him, as if she was about to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shi Yang, and his gaze descended onto the other person behind Elder Bai. This was a delicate and pretty female disciple around the age of 23 or 24. The gaze this female disciple shot at Shi Yang from time to time contained a trace of disgust mixed within. Obviously, Shi Yang didn't have a good relationship with the people on Alcade Peak. When Elder Bai and the delicate and pretty female disciple saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, their eyes flashed with a trace of an astonished sheen. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Looks like from today onwards, I have to bask in the sun more, I must tan my skin. As for the changes on Li Fei and Ke, they weren't very obvious. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be extremely difficult to notice the minute changes on them. Elder Bai. Du and Lingtian looked at the beautiful woman and lightly nodded. Li Fei and Ke followed suit and greeted her. I remember the two of you. You're the new disciples that followed me back to Alcade Peak yesterday. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei and Ke, then she looked at Du and Lingtian and asked. Looking at your age, you ought to be less than 20, right? I'll be 20 in a while. Du and Lingtian nodded, and was slightly curious in his heart. Why is Elder Bai asking this? You're also a new disciple that just entered the sect yesterday? Elder Bai asked again. Yes. Du and Lingtian nodded. Elder Bai frowned, then turned around to look at Shiyang behind her and asked indifferently. Shiyang, what actually happened? You said these 3 new disciples that just entered the sect joined forces to launch a sneak attack on you and crippled your dantian. As far as she was concerned, this was simply an unbelievable thing. Of these 3 new disciples, besides the young woman who was around 21 or 22 years old, the other young man and young woman, they seemed to be less than 20 years old. Just the 3 of them had the ability to launch a surprise attack on Shiyang, who was at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Moreover, they even cripple Shiyang's dantian. She had a feeling that the matter was absolutely not as simple as Shiyang said. Yes, Elder Bai. Elder Tutu to cripple Mazistituti Lingto Lingtians to heavily injus crippleti dantiensties crypt dantientiti to dantien alcade t dantientiti to steal tt of ss of you're talking nonsense. Ke looked at Shiyang, and she was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. Li Fei looked at Shiyang with a gaze that contained icy coldness. She never imagined that Shiyang would actually be so shameless and speak without thinking. Only Du and Lingtian had a calm expression, as if all this wasn't related to him. Elder Bai noticed Du and Lingtian's composure as well, and she was slightly surprised in her heart as she asked. What do you say about this matter? Du and Lingtian smiled indifferently. Elder Bai, what this Shiyang said is only her side of the story, and there isn't any evidence. Elder Bai hadn't spoken when Shiyang had already shouted with a stern voice. My dantian that was crippled by you all is the best evidence. Your dantian that was crippled by us? Du and Lingtian laughed. Who knows if you fell down while walking, then broke your own dantian. What? You want to frame us because we've occupied your cultivation area? The beautiful female disciple behind Du and Lingtian had a smile in her beautiful eyes when she heard Du and Lingtian, and she was amused by what Du and Lingtian said. Elder Bai glanced deeply at Du and Lingtian, then spoke once more with a tone that contained a sense of seriousness mixed within. Shiyang, think clearly before you speak. If I find out that you deceived me, then I'll expel you from Alcade Peak right away. Shiyang's face went grim when she heard this, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and finally spoke the truth of the matter. After they finished listening to Shiyang, Elder Bai and the beautiful female disciple behind her were stunned, and their gazes simultaneously descended onto Du and Lingtian, and their eyes revealed slight astonishment. They never imagined that the strength of this new disciple that had just entered the sect was actually able to firmly suppress Shiyang. In other words, he was at least a 4th-level origin core martial artist. Almost 20 years old, 4th-level origin core martial artist. Even if placed in the 7-star sword sect, such natural talent was extremely rare. In next to no time, Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Shiyang, and a strand of coldness flashed within her eyes. Shiyang, you actually dared lie in front of me with the intention of framing another. How should you be punished? Shiyang's face was ghastly pale, and she gritted her teeth. Elder Bai, Shiyang knows her crime. But he crippled my dantian, isn't his crime even greater? I ask Elder Bai to give Shiyang justice and cripple his dantian as well. Elder Bai's face sank. Shiyang, in the past, I heard the disciples of the peak say that you're vicious. Today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. Let me ask you, did the 2 of them staying in that empty small gorge affect you? Shiyang shook her head. Since they didn't, then why did you expel them? Could it be that it's like what the disciples of the peak said, so long as it's a female disciple with good looks, you're jealous of them from the bottom of your heart? As she finished speaking, cold lights flashed within Elder Bai's beautiful eyes. Shi Yang's body lightly trembled, and her eyes emitted a vicious sheen as it descended onto the two girls by Duan Lingtian's side. On what basis? On what basis are they so beautiful like flowers when they were born, whereas I was born with such an appearance? On what basis? Elder Bai's face was livid as she looked at Shi Yang, who seemed to have gone mad, and she shouted out an order. Zhuqing, I don't want to see her on Alcade Peak again. Elder Bai's order was obviously to expel Shi Yang from the Seven-Star Sword sect. No. Elder Bai, no. Shi Yang's face went gloomy. Yes, Master. The delicate and pretty girl behind Elder Bai nodded, and a trace of taking pleasure in Shi Yang's misfortune flashed within her beautiful eyes as she directly walked towards Shi Yang. Bitch, don't come over. Shi Yang's face went grim as she glared angrily at Zhuqing. Zhuqing's face sank, and with a raise of her hand, origin energy suffused out as it slapped down, directly knocking Shi Yang unconscious. Don't make too much of this matter. Elder Bai instructed. Yes. Zhuqing replied, then took the unconscious Shi Yang and left. Thank you, Elder Bai, for upholding justice for us. Li Fei beamed with joy as she looked at Elder Bai and thanked her. Thank you, Elder Bai. Ke hurriedly thanked her as well. Elder Bai looked at these two young girls whose appearances could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous, and lightly smiled. What are the cultivations of the two of you? Li Fei and Ke glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian when they heard this. When they saw Duan Lingtian lightly smile and nod, they once again looked at Elder Bai and said in unison. Elder Bai, we're both at the third level of the Origin Core stage. Third level of the Origin Core stage? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard what Li Fei and Ke said. Really? When she saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had respectively condensed into form above Li Fei and Ke, she finally completely confirmed it, and traces of shock appeared on her face. Are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and her eyes contained slight anticipation mixed within. Li Fei once again looked at Duan Lingtian when she heard this. This caused Elder Bai to be stunned. Who the heck is this young man to us? It's your fortune that Elder Bai wants to take you as her disciple. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Fei. As far as he was concerned, once Li Fei became Elder Bai's disciple, even if she couldn't do as she pleased on Alcade Peak in the future, at least there wouldn't be any female disciples that would dare bully her. Greetings, Master. Li Fei hurriedly looked at Elder Bai and said respectfully. Good. Elder Bai's face was filled with smiles, and with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in her hand. Duan Lingtian discerned with a single glance that this was a grade 7 spirit sword. The sword was like autumn water, and it emitted a piercingly cold light. Take this 7th grade spiritual sword as Master's gift for our first meeting. Elder Bai passed the grade 7 spirit sword in her hand to Li Fei. Li Fei extended her hand to receive it. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, Li Fei saw Elder Bai look at Ke but didn't speak for a long time, so she hurriedly said, Master, little sister Ke's natural talent far surpasses mine. I'm afraid it won't be long before she'll be able to step into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Li Fei tried her best to promote Ke. Big Sister Fei, I'm extremely happy that you're able to become Elder Bai's disciple. Ke lightly smiled to Li Fei and shook her head. Ke will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai. He felt it was slightly strange as well. Since this Elder Bai had taken little Fei as her disciple, why didn't she take Ke as her disciple? Ke's natural talent wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Li Fei. Moreover, because Ke had followed him since long ago, her cultivation steadily surpassed Li Fei. Will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Elder Bai was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something he was incomparably sure of. The current Ke wasn't the past Ke any longer. After experiencing the rebirth of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Kerr's current natural talent was no different than his. With Kerr's current cultivation, breaking through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month wasn't a difficult thing. Duan Lingtian's words caused Kerr to be unable to help herself from being slightly shocked. Even she herself wasn't confident in being able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month. Why was the young master so confident in her? Although she was bewildered, she didn't open her mouth to refute. She already had a plan in her heart. In the following month, she must cultivate even more painstakingly. Our Alcade Peak hasn't produced such an outstanding female disciple like you. Chapter 269. Elder Bai's words caused Duan Lingtian's brows to slightly wrinkle. This Elder Bai wouldn't be sick, right? Could it be that with Kerr's talent, she still didn't have the qualifications to be her disciple? Elder Bai, if you're not willing to accept little sister Kerr as your disciple, then I won't acknowledge you as my master. I'm sorry. Li Fei extended her hand to hold Kerr's hand and looked towards Elder Bai with a firm expression. These few years, she and Kerr had long since become as close as sisters, and it was difficult to distinguish between you and me. Now that Elder Bai treated Kerr like this, it also caused dissatisfaction to arise in her heart. You won't accept little sister Kerr, right? Then I won't acknowledge you as my master either. Big sister Fei I know you're good to me, but you can't be like this. Only Kerr had a calm expression without the slightest trace of unhappiness. After hearing Li Fei's words, she hurriedly persuaded, Elder Bai will be unhappy if you act like this, truly a sensible girl. Elder Bai wasn't angry, and glanced at Kerr with admiration, then looked towards Li Fei. You little girl, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm unwilling to accept this little sister of yours as my disciple, right? Could it be that you're not? Now, when facing Elder Bai, Li Fei was less courteous. You little girl, sensing the indignation in Li Fei's tone, Elder Bai shook her head and smiled. I said I won't accept her as my disciple, not because I don't fancy her, but because I want her to have a better choice. A better choice? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, his heart slightly moved, as he somewhat didn't understand Elder Bai's meaning. Not only did he not understand, even Li Fei didn't understand. Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? Elder Bai lightly smiled and said, Silly girl, you still don't understand what I mean. I've already thought about it, I'll recommend this girl to the Peak Master later on. It just so happens that the Peak Master has always been looking for a closed-door disciple. Now it's good, with this girl's aptitude, the Peak Master will surely like her. Peak Master? Hearing Elder Bai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. There was a sect leader and 6 vice-sect leaders in the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader controlled the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dub Peak, whereas the other 6 vice-sect leaders controlled the other 6 peaks. These 6 vice-sect leaders were also known as Peak Leader. Li Fei also came to her senses. What Duan Lingtian knew was also from Xiong Quan. She was there at that time, so she knew. Now that she heard Elder Bai's words, while she felt happy for Kerr, she also awkwardly looked towards Elder Bai. Master, I'm sorry, I'll let it go this time. If you misunderstand Master again, Master won't forgive you. Elder Bai glanced at Li Fei, her gaze mixed with a wisp of tender affection. No matter how she looked at this new disciple, she found him pleasing to the eye. She liked him very much. Thank you, Elder Bai. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Kerr hurriedly thanked Elder Bai, and her beautiful face flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute. Little girl, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is the female disciple with the strongest strength in the 7-star sword sect. You'll be able to learn many things by cultivating with her, and you'll surely have a better future in the future. Elder Bai lightly smiled as she spoke to Kerr, like a kind senior. Actually, she really liked this delicate and cute little girl. But, she felt that she didn't have the qualifications to be a good teacher, so she recommended the Peak Master of Alcade Peak to her, who was also the most mysterious vice-sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, the vice-sect leader that was usually elusive. Little sister Kerr, congratulations. Li Fei hurriedly congratulated Kerr, And a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face as she felt happy for Kerr. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a light smile as well. Although Kerr had a top sword cultivation method like the Frost God sword technique to cultivate, and there were numerous exceedingly formidable sword skills within the Frost God sword technique, however, these were mostly theoretical things. If Kerr was able to obtain the guidance of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, then her strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. The 7-star sword sect was a sword cultivation sect, and practically all the higher-ups of the sect used swords. It could be imagined that the attainments of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak in the sword would surely be extremely profound and unfathomable. Alright, now it's time to deal with your matter. The smile on Elder Bai's face instantly vanished, and her pair of fierce eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Li Fei and Kerr were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Although that Shi Yang was in the wrong first, but at the same time you defeated her, you ruthlessly crippled her dantian. Isn't this going a bit too far? Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian, and her tone contained slight seriousness mixed within. Master. Elder Bai. Li Fei and Kerr were anxious. Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the matter before him to heart. You heard what Shi Yang said earlier. It was she who repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my dantian first. If my strength was inferior to her today, then the person whose dantian was crippled would be me. What I did was only giving her a taste of her own medicine. Elder Bai, do you think I'm in the wrong? Even though it's like this, but she was a 7-star sword sect disciple after all, a disciple of my Alcade Peak. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, right? Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. Elder Bai, I feel that there's nothing to explain. Duan Lingtian shrugged. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong, as if it wasn't for Shi Yang being overbearing, he wouldn't go so far as to cripple Shi Yang's dantian. His principle of doing things had always been that if others didn't offend him, then he wouldn't offend them. If others offend him, then he would surely retaliate with a thunderous strike. Elder Bai's beautiful brows frowned, and she was rather displeased. Master, the scoundrel did it for me and little sister Kerr today, so don't blame him. Li Fei walked over and held Elder Bai's arm, then shook it a few times as she spoke with a spoiled tone. Scoundrel? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard Li Fei. Little girl, here's your, Elder Bai, I'm the man of this disciple of yours. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he stared at Elder Bai. As the saying goes, a master is like a parent. If one really wanted to calculate, then Li Fei could be considered to be half a daughter of Elder Bai, and he could be considered to be half a son-in-law of Elder Bai. Elder Bai was stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Never had she imagined that the disciple she'd just taken would have such a relationship with this outer court disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Never mind. Never mind. This matter was provoked by that Shi Yang in the end, so I'll consider it as verbally punishing you today. I hope you don't make it difficult for me in the future. Thank you, Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian smiled, then looked at Li Fei who was beside Elder Bai and winked at her for a while. Besides that, forget about that Shi Yang, her natural talent is mediocre. But her older brother, Shi Hao, isn't easy to deal with. He's already broken through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage some time ago. Moreover, his combat experience is extremely abundant, and it isn't difficult for him to become an inner court disciple by relying on his 7th level Origin Core stage cultivation. Elder Bai reminded Duan Lingtian. This Shi Hao really dotes on his younger sister, Shi Yang. You have to be careful of this person. Duan Lingtian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Bai. Okay. Elder Bai nodded, then looked at Li Fei and Kerr. I'm going to look for the Peak Master and tell him now, and I'll come look for you two girls tomorrow. Take care, Master. Take care, Elder Bai. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 sent Elder Bai off with their gazes. I truly never imagined that Shi Yang would be so shameless and even complain first. Fortunately, Master is wise and caused her scheme to be unable to escape. When Li Fei mentioned Shi Yang, there was still some residual anger on her face that hadn't vanished. She can be considered to have retribution for her crimes and was expelled from the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. We still have to properly congratulate little sister Kerr, as she's about to become the closed-door disciple of our Alcade Peak's master. Li Fei looked at Kerr, and her beautiful eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Big sister Fei, you're making fun of me again. A trace of rosy color appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she heard this. Right, scoundrel, you said earlier that you made us drink some 10,000-year stalactite milk. What's that? Li Fei recalled the matter of being interrupted by Shi Yang earlier, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she asked. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and traces of curiosity flickered within her beautiful eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled. The 10,000-year stalactite milk is a type of precious treasure that can allow one to be reborn and link up the flesh, blood, meridians, and bones within the body. It's able to increase one's natural talent in the martial Dao to the limit. Li Fei and Kerr were both shocked for a time when they heard the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. They only returned to their senses after a long time. Scoundrel, what you mean is that the natural talent in the martial Dao of little sister Kerr and I have already reached the limit. Li Fei gasped as she asked Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he looked at Kerr. Kerr, this is also the reason why I told Elder Bai earlier that you'll be able to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage within a month. Compared to the past, your current natural talent in the martial Dao is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. You can't use your past gaze to look at it. Kerr lightly nodded, and a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her man had never disappointed her. Her man that had always believed in her. There's also these 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian left behind 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and passed the remaining to Kerr. Chapter 270. Squeak squeak tilde Duan Lingtian had only just passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Kerr when the little gold mouse stuck out its cute little head from Kerr's sleeve and cried out. Its jade-green eyes were now staring fixedly at the pill bottle in Kerr's hand that contained the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and it was filled with yearning. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse nodded to Kerr, as if it was begging Kerr to give it the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Little gold, the young master said that you can't eat too much at once. I'll give it to you after a period of time. Kerr put away the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then rubbed the little gold mouse's little head and lightly smiled as she spoke. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse's eyes emitted a trace of grievance. Looks like little gold is the same as little black and little white, they're all so gluttonous. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying the 2 little girls for a while, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, Kerr, little Fei, I ought to return as well. Under the reluctant gazes of the 2 young girls, Duan Lingtian walked out of the gorge with large strides. This was Alcade Peak after all, the place where the 7-Star Sword sect outer court disciples gathered, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here for too long. Under the burning gazes of the Alcade Peak female disciples all along the way, Duan Lingtian practically fled back to Megrez Peak. Of course, there were many gazes that looked at him from the stone platform on Megrez Peak. But the owners of these gazes were men after all, and Duan Lingtian directly disregarded them. Duan Lingtian, an aged voice suddenly sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to stop and look ahead. Nearby, an old man and a middle-aged man walked over side by side. The old man that greeted him now was precisely the Dub Peak Outer Court elder that brought him to Megrez Peak yesterday, Lu Qiu. Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man with a smile. He didn't expect to meet the old man as soon as he returned to Megrez Peak. Lu Qiu slowly walked closer and looked at Duan Lingtian's skin, which seemed to have completed some kind of miraculous transformation. It's a long story. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, but did not elaborate. Noticing that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say anything, Lu Qiu didn't ask any further. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and lightly smiled as he introduced. This is Elder Zhao Lin, and is also the outer court elder of our Megrez Peak. Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the middle-aged man as he greeted him. Yes. However, the middle-aged man merely glanced at him and raised his head. His face revealed an arrogant expression as he snorted through his nose. Duan Lingtian frowned. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man was at most in existence at the first level of the void prying stage. A first-level void prying stage martial artist's strength was far inferior to Lu Qiu, but the degree of his arrogance far surpassed Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian instantly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, he wouldn't have any relationship with this Zhao Lin. What happened to Zhao Lin was Zhao Lin's business and was unrelated to him. After Lu Qiu noticed Zhao Lin's attitude, he was slightly embarrassed and nodded to Duan Lingtian. Then we'll be leaving first. Elder Lu, take care. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Lu Qiu was courteous to him, so he was naturally courteous as well. As for that Zhao Lin, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. When he saw Lu Qiu and Lu Qiu leave, Duan Lingtian left the Megrez Peak stone platform and glanced at a nearby building that was bustling with noise and excitement. Many Megrez Peak disciples were gathered there, or they used gold and silver to purchase medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Or they used materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian circled into the mountain path of Megrez Peak, then sized up the surroundings for a moment. After confirming that no one had noticed him, he followed an inconspicuous path to head towards the peak of Megrez Peak. Megrez Peak was extremely large, the mountain path had 18 bends, and there were no less than 10 mountain paths that led to the peak of the peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of the peak. There wasn't a single person on the peak of the peak, and he quickly arrived at the location of the crooked tree before leaping down. If someone were to see this scene here, the person would surely be greatly shocked, and would even think that Duan Lingtian wanted to commit suicide. However, after Duan Lingtian passed through the clouds and mist, he instead firmly descended onto the crooked tree. Whoosh! The crooked tree trembled for a moment, then stabilized in the end. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, then directly flashed into the cave passageway that led to the stalactite cave. Once again returning to the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little fellows were lying there, and even their postures hadn't changed, and they were still deeply asleep. They wouldn't really be the reincarnation of pigs, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be suspicious in his heart, as the sleeping technique of these two little pythons caused him to completely lose his temper. After sizing up the two little fellows for a moment, Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the stone platform, then sat on it, consumed the origin strengthening pill, and started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Python Transformation. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body roiled, and when combined with the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill and his almost perfect natural talent in the martial Dao, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At every moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the minute changes in the origin energy within his body. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed that the origin energy within his body actually had a trace of a strange change. The extent of this change was extremely small, extremely light, but Duan Lingtian was still able to clearly sense it. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes were like an array of stars, and a trace of a dazzling sheen flashed within. I wonder if I can utilize this ability outside my body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze focused, then he swung his arm, and his origin energy suffused and raged. Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and they were waiting for orders in the air, ready to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! His arm swept out, carrying the strength of 71 ancient mammoths as it traversed the sky. The air started to shake because of it. If one looked carefully now, one would be able to notice that the origin energy coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm was vibrating at a strange frequency. The vibration of the origin energy seemed to have formed a type of tremor energy. This is, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and a memory of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind. This memory was related to Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the WRM Python form. The WRM Python form was a mental cultivation method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu from observing the habits of the demon beast, the WRM Python. The WRM Python was a type of demon beast that was between a python and a WRM. Its strength was extremely formidable, and its most miraculous ability was that it was able to emit a type of terrifying tremor energy from its body. Tremor energy. Duan Lingtian withdrew his arm, then his palm slowly descended, and his origin energy jumped and trembled on his hand. The frequency became faster and faster. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's palm slowly pressed onto a protruding rock on the wall of the stalactite cave. In an instant. OM. 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 As soon as the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's hand touched the rock, it transformed into countless rock powder that sprinkled down. He slightly exerted strength and pressed forward. In the blink of an eye, the entire rock turned into fine powder. What a terrifying tremor energy. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, then he raised his hand and looked at the trembling origin energy on his palm with disbelief. The frequency of this origin energy's trembling was simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian believed that by relying on this tremor energy to exert his entire strength, even if he was only able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths now, he might not necessarily fall into a disadvantaged position when facing a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist that possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Even to the extent that it was very possible for him to rely on this tremor energy to directly defeat his opponent. Although this tremor energy didn't provide any increase in strength, the method of exerting strength could be said to be heaven-defying. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the demon beast WM Python relied on this tremor energy to exert strength, and even if it was facing most demon beasts that were a level higher than it, it would be able to easily kill them. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. So it turned out that this was the essence of the WM Python form. Earlier, he'd always thought that the WM Python form didn't seem to be anything special, but now he knew that he'd still underestimated the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian recalled his cultivation all along the way. The first form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Spirit Serpent form, and it stressed upon cultivating the fleshly body to the point of being as flexible as a spirit serpent. The second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was the Raging Python form, and it allowed Duan Lingtian to temper his fleshly body with origin energy and possess the ferocious strength of a python. A casual wave of his hand would be like a python swinging its tail. Now, the essence of the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the WM Python form, lay in the tremor energy. Tremor energy isn't a martial skill, but it's even more practical than martial skills. Because it can be used within any martial skill, and when combined with one's strength to execute it, it's able to exert an extremely terrifying and destructive strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he pressed his hand on the cavern wall, and his origin energy coiled around it. Now, he didn't use the tremor energy. Even if his origin energy stuck to the cavern wall wouldn't be affected in the slightest. However, once he used the tremor energy, Duan Lingtian's hand didn't move and still stuck to the cavern wall. However, the origin energy on his hand started to lightly tremble, and the trembling speed became faster and faster, and the frequency became faster and faster. OM. 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 Instantly, the origin energy trembled, and the tentacles on the cavern wall were completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's tremor energy, transforming into powder. It could be imagined that if this palm were to press onto a person's body, once it started trembling, that person's skin, flesh, blood, and even bones would be affected by the tremor energy. That would surely be an extremely ecstatic scene. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Now, he wished for nothing more than to directly find a person and use the tremor energy to battle with that person. As expected of a cultivation technique created by Samsara Emperor Wu after experiencing 2 lifetimes. Every form of this 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique has its own unique characteristic. Spirit Serpent form, the body is flexible and tough. WM Python form, the body is ferocious. WM Python form, the terrifying tremor energy. The 6 forms at the back surely have their own unique points. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.